Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Las Vegas. This is the PGT Mixed Games Series, and it is the finale to this great series here at the PokerGO studio on the Aria Resort and Casino property. My name is Donnie Peters. I am joined by four-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner Kevin Gerhart alongside of me. We have 6 players remaining in this $25,000 buy-in championship event. 10-game format, $462,000 up top for the winner. Here you see the 6 players that are remaining, led by Aaron Sachs, $3.87 million. Nick Wagenzi brings up the rear with $665K. We are playing for $462K. Everyone has locked up $84,000. Once we lose one more player, everyone left will be guaranteed a 6-figure payday. These final 6 players came from a field of 56 entries. So welcome everyone. Welcome Kevin. Let's have a good final table, huh?
I'm excited for this one. We have a couple lesser known players at this table. Aaron Sachs, we don't know too much about. He's just a very intelligent dude. Business owner, entrepreneur is what he said. Mickey Dweck, I know you've done some final table
yeah, mostly PLO.
Yeah, he's a sick big bet game crusher. PLO, no limit, just stepping his toe into a 25K 10 game, using his prowess in the mixed games to probably boost his chip stack. Really interesting.
Yeah, you love to see it. We are playing limit deuce to 7 triple draw to kick things off here. There we see Nick Wagenzi with the shades on, always looking cool. Is Nick. Mickey Dweck right here with the black hoodie on.
This will definitely show how much he's studied and practiced deuce to 7 triple draw. This should be a fold. The 6 in your hand is not a good card. Even though you have 2 deuces, you can pretty safely put at least 1 deuce in one of your opponent's hand, most likely Nick. James Opes, the long time mixed game crusher.
Yeah, Opes out of Australia. An absolute crusher for a very long time. Some of you from back in the day might know him as Andy McLeod online.
Somewhat interestingly, both players are deciding to draw to the 8-7 instead of tossing the 8 and drawing more smooth to a 7. This is obviously the preferred play, but some players might choose to go the other way.
Ops with the bet here.
Yeah, James picking up his best card into 3. Does come with a lead, which signals to Nick that he is up against a pad hand and will need to improve his hand to win this. Nick is looking for a 4, 5, or 6. Kind of a tough spot. He is pretty short. 120K is quite a lot. He does give it up with the 8-7 perfect draw. I like that fold.
Yeah, giving it up there and sliding a little bit further down the leaderboard. Wagenzi did come in as the short stack with these 6 players remaining, but still short now. Only a few big bets left.
Yeah, it's not really worth the extra investment. Little did he know that any of the 4, 5, or 6 would have given him the best hand or tied for the best hand with the 6. If he knew that, he would have continued in this pot. But against someone who bet after the first draw in his pat, you do not know that your 8-7 draw is good at showdown if you make it. So very disciplined lay down.
Ops really got a nice boost on day 1 when he scored a 3-way, or I should say 3-player KO. He knocked out Kerry Katz, he knocked out Nick Schulman, and he knocked out Yuri Zevalevsky on the same hand.
Yeah, it was
pot limit Omaha.
Nuts.
He flopped a straight flush.
Yeah.
Wild.
And Who was it that was representing the ace high flush with just the
Nick
dry
Schulman.
ace in the hand? Yeah, Schulman going for it. Little did he know that he was drawing completely dead, never getting another chip back from that hand.
4-bet.
Was it full?
It's 240.
So it looks like Nick here is just trying to get his money in.
Yeah, he has a very, very strong draw here. He's looking for a 4 mostly, a 6 or a 7 could also be good for him. Wells may be stepping a little out of line. Maybe it's okay because Nick is so short that it doesn't cost him too much of his stack to get it in. Does draw 1 to the 8-7-5, and Nick is drawing to the 8-5 perfect. Interesting spot here. Does Wells want to bet and pat with his 9? The answer is yes. We saw this the exact same way from the last hand with James Obst making his pat hand, betting out in first position and patting. And now Nick knows he has to improve. There's no folding from this spot. There's too much money in the middle. He needs to make a 4, a 6, a 7, or a 9. The next draw will cost him $120,000 if he does not improve.
Wells gonna bet here. Has a 9-8-7. And there goes Nick.
Nick kind of gave away a little bit with this, where he left the card that he drew on the previous street out in front, not giving Wells even a chance to make a mistake in this hand.
Wells does stand pat, as expected.
Just
Guagenti drew to 1 card here.
He's got 5 grand.
He's got 5K left. Wells is just going to put him in.
Oh, that's a gross feeling. One of the smallest chip denominations in play left in your stack. Nothing you can do about it there for Nick. The deck just did not want to cooperate. He had the best hand the last 2 hands to start, but could not improve.
Nick Guagenti left with just 5,000. You can see him spinning that singular blue chip there as he flicks it in. It is Raz. Sliding over to Raz here. 10-game rotation. We are playing, I'll start with what we're on right now, Raz. Then it's No Limit Hold'em, Omaha High-Low, Stud, No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw, not to be confused with the triple draw that we just saw. Limit Hold'em, Badoogie, Stud High-Low, Pot Limit Omaha, and then we'll be back to Limit Deuce to 7 triple draw. So those are the 10 games in rotation. A few big bet games in there, mixed in with, of course, the limit games, plenty of draw games in the mix. So a lot of variety here. That's why I got Kevin alongside of me, because I don't know what the heck is going on half the time, but he does. Okay.
So we've seen 2 horse tournaments so far, which is the five traditional games. Then we had a couple big bet games with the 8 game.
Yep.
And the 9th and 10th game added in here are Deuce to 7 single draw as the 9th game and Badoogie as the 10th game.
10 or 15? Yeah, 19. 20s to bring in.
This is actually kind of good for Nick because he gets to collect 5K from every player at the table if his Raz hand can hold up.
Complete.
So Duick was the bring-in with the 9 up. Wells called. Sachs is going to complete it here. Wells with a very disguised ace-4 in the hole and the 3 up.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. If Wells completes and then Sachs raises, you could deny Obst 29% equity in this hand with the 7-5 deuce. We do not see Guagenti's cards, but he is all in. Wells going for the back raise, showing that he can remain balanced on 3rd Street, limping along with the ace 3-4.
Probably going to be hard for any of these players to go anywhere. That said, Sachs does come with a re-raise here. Opes is looking like he's going to call.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and Mickey just has to give it up. He's going to get squeezed on future streets and knows that he needs to just give up his hand now. Interestingly enough, Wells did get exactly what he wanted with more money into the pot on 3rd Street and denying equity.
Cool.
Cool.
10 seconds.
And now we leave it up to the poker gods for 4th Street.
So action between these three, Wells, Sachs, and Ops, is on the side. Remember, Nick Wagenti there is all in for his last 5K chip.
Paint, and gin card for James Obst. All these players will get to see a 5th Street, which will determine how the equities will play out for the rest of the hand. Definitely the most important street in stud games is 5th Street because it's the first time you get a big bet street. Players only have to call 60K on 4th Street, whereas 5th Street is 120,000.
No one really drawn all that great. I mean, Ops, yes. You know, the other players are catching paint, Wells and Sachs. And Opes is going to try and take advantage of that with his board showing that he's likely got a 10, 5-3. Objective is this game is to make the 5 lowest cards possible. Unpaired, of course. Ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5 would be the best hand.
It's really hard for the other players to continue, even with a million chips in the middle. It's so difficult to put in an extra 120,000.
Both of them really don't want to fold, but have to fold. It looks like a deuce 7 in the hole from Ops, yes. And what's Guagenti got? We should see the reveal now. He's got ace, deuce, 8.
Well,
Sounds like he's drawing dead now.
Yep, he's turned his other 2 cards over, which means they were not good. They were pairs or paint cards. Cards that would not help him improve. He does make a jack on the end. Not good enough.
So we do lose Nick Wagenti in 6th place. A short-lived final table for him. $84,000 is the payout that he will collect.
Good enough to pay for the rest of his series.
Yeah, of course. And I think we're going to see him hop across the room to the main studio and get into the $12,000 buy-in satellite for tomorrow's $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Games Tournament. So, although we are here at the finale of the PGT Mixed Games Series, there are still 3 more days coming of mixed games from PokerGo. Again, $100,000 buy-in.
I don't know.
It's crazy. Before this event, you and I took a walk over to Aria, and we saw them playing 2,000, 4,000 real American dollar limits.
Oh, yes.
Everyone on the table has at least $100,000 in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy stuff, man. For real, crazy stuff.
One buy-in to the cash game is equal to 1 buy-in of a tournament. So we might see 20, 21, 25 in the field tomorrow.
It's all about the viewers, not about the players.
I mean, there might be
I'll
some
do what I
people that are
can.
tuning in just for Mickey. They'd love to get the close-up shot.
Cool.
5 players remaining now. Everyone is guaranteed $112,000. Still playing Raz here.
Minimum.
We did see Jason Mercier eliminated in 7th place in this event, and instead of picking up his payday from here, he said, I'll deal with that tomorrow. I got a big cash game I need to go to, and hopped directly into the 2,000, 4,000 game. Opes with a steal here with the 7 up and the king deuce down. Kind of an unconventional just call with a 4 and a 10-9 in the hole from Mickey. Maybe he's
Maybe if I'd raised again, maybe that's the cool then.
less
Then we
studied
would've
in
just
Raz,
dropped it.
or maybe he has some sort of read
It's really on
that
you.
his 10-9 might be good. Very hard for him to continue at this point after picking up a queen.
Dueck does get out of the way. Kevin mentioned the finishing position of Jason Mercier. Let me just get you guys up to speed on
What's the next game?
where we're
Holding
at in
the
this
limit?
tournament. 15 players returned
Two-card
today. We are down to the final 5 right now. Those 15 players weren't in the money, only the top 8 finished. We did lose Chino Ream along the way. That left Max Coleman as the only
Rob, how many
player
of the
who
bear
could
t-shirts
take
do you have?
the series leaderboard title
Funny.
away from Chino Ream. I
Yeah.
believe Coleman had to finish
809 maybe?
3rd or better. Chad Evesledge busted on the bubble in 9th place, but then right after that, Max Coleman hit the rail. He was very short on the bubble. He then busted in 8th place. That allowed Chino Ream to be crowned the PGT Mixed Games Series champion. His second time earning that title. He won it the second time we had the PGT Mixed Games, and now he won it here at the 4th edition of this series. Then after that, as you mentioned, Kevin, we lost Jason Mercier in 7th place, got us down to the final 6. We moved on over into the streaming room here. We just
That's
lost Nick
exactly
Wagenti,
50% more, right?
and then there were 5.
60. Okay, so it's just a call.
He only raised, 20. It's just a call,
You got a stronger range.
102 Ravager said, I don't know if the commentators are watching,
I
but
was angry.
Sachs is probably the best player
seem
here.
like the guy that-
What does that even mean?
I have no idea. Do you
Like,
know
what,
things
he's
that we
played
don't
3
know?
hands.
Do we
And
know
by the way,
anything
he's
about
played
Sachs?
extremely well the entire tournament. It's like, there's no, you know, but
But there were other players in it.
Enlighten us. Where does he play? What stakes does he play? Who does he play with?
Nameless.
Mother's maiden name, social security number, anything you got, hit us up. Sachs does have a hammer lock on this hand with 83% equity. Probably just going to win it here. I don't know, man. Sachs just asked after seeing King 6-4 in front of him and Jack 8. Asked the dealer if he's first in this hand of Raz.
we're just messing. We're just messing.
We might be getting a little trolled in chat. I'd have to give the nod, honestly, at this final table to Sternheimer. He just plays nosebleed cash games. He's very good at all of these games. Has no fear when it comes to the big bets.
I mean, listen, they're all extremely good, experienced players. They wouldn't be here otherwise. You know, they've dabbled in these mixed games probably at stakes only you and I can dream about for quite a long time. You
can say
mentioned
that again.
Sternheimer. You know, Sternheimer is usually in that 2K, 4K game if he's not in tournaments. You know,
Right.
so all these players are very, very good. I am surprised to see Mickey Dueck in this tournament. I did not know he was this into mixed games, but it's great to see. You know, I thought just mostly PLO. Of course, we know him from his WSOP main event run when he took 3rd place. But other than that, you know, a PLO specialist, certainly there is PLO in this mix. So, you know, when we get around to that game, I would like to see what Mickey does there because he could certainly start crushing some people. But he's performed extremely well. He played 1 or 2 other events at the PGT Mixed Game Series, so maybe a sign of things to come in terms of Mickey Dueck's rise in the mixed game streets.
Yeah, one of my friends from Florida messaged me saying that he really wanted Mickey to win this event. He's just started playing some of the higher stakes buy-ins with like the Jerry Wongs and the Jake Schwartzes in Florida, learning all the mixed games along with,
Awesome.
I mean, some of the best players that we see on the PGT and in the WSOP.
37001.
Well, speaking of Dueck, he's in a great
No,
spot
Sky's
here. He's drawing to the wheel.
It's been happening all day, yeah.
Yeah, the way the action went on 3rd Street is Mickey completed and Wells, with the ace up, decided he was going to re-raise this hand, which definitely signals to Mickey that it's unlikely that he paired his 8. So Mickey, even though he's drawing to a wheel, probably thinks that Wells has a made 8. Mickey has the best hand here with his made 9-5. Wells continuing to put on the pressure. The 2 deuces in front of Wells are exactly the cards that Mickey needs to improve his hand.
He has deuces, right?
Mickey
So
counting
Wells,
the
yeah.
outs that he needs.
And Wells betting here, you know, trying to represent that maybe he's already made an 8. He knows his opponent has a 10-9 up, so Let me just represent, see if I can blow him off this hand. Dueck check in again. Don't know his 7th card yet.
And Wells has to bet here. When you're facing a check from someone who looks like they're drawing so smooth, you have to bet with everything you have here. Maybe you can get him to fold. Oh my gosh,
Wow.
he does make a 6-5. Mickey playing this perfectly, sussing out his opponent.
Yeah, check raise coming for sure. There it is.
Wow, what a good play. I mean, Wells played this hand well too from the beginning, 3-betting with the ace-3-8, kind of over-representing his hand. Going to be very difficult for Wells to call with his 10-8, 3-2-1. Does give it up.
Yeah, into the muck it goes for Wells as he slides a bit down the leaderboard, and Mickey Dueck chipping up quite nicely here. Call him the new kid on the block as it pertains to mixed games, and you love to see it. You really do. The PokerGO Tour does have the PGT PLO series coming up towards the end of this month is when it begins and then bleeds on over into April. I would very much expect Mickey Dueck to be there in the mix playing all of those tournaments.
Do you think maybe he's playing these, A, because he has a little bit of his foot dipped in the sand of mixed games, but B, maybe to make some extra PGT points along the way?
Sure, I certainly could see that as a reason for him playing. Doesn't hurt, right?
It definitely does
I
not
mean,
hurt.
and also, you know, maybe he just wanted to play some poker. Like,
Yeah.
you never know.
Why not do well in a 25K and rack yourself up some big PGT points along the way? Mickey with his chip stack here. Split 4s and a 6 is going to attempt to steal this pot.
Raise.
Wells finds a good one here.
He's playing
at least
very
good enough.
aggressively, yeah.
Yeah, Wells has been getting after it, and here, you know, would get the sense that he's just going to try and get his money in. I mean, Dueck was on a steal, but
That does show that Mickey has played this game to an extent,
Yeah.
knowing that you should steal with that hand in that position, but when you face aggression from someone else, just giving it up. You don't want to put more bad money in after making a steal attempt. It's just so much better to give it up. Do you get a little nervous when players stack their chips like three stacks high?
like
You see
Sternheimer here?
Sternheimer is just
I mean, they
it's
look like they're
wobbling.
about to fall over at any moment, and that's his own fault. So if that happens, it happens.
Can we color that man up?
Well, they were going to before we moved into this room, and Sternheimer said,
assume-
"Listen, I like to have a lot of chips because it you know, especially when you're doing the limit games, it makes you feel like you're actually playing with something here." So
True.
they allowed the players to keep some extra chips.
It makes him feel like he's playing in a cash
Yeah.
game. I mean, I assume you just buy in for a ton in these limit games.
Those blue chips are 5Ks. The
Yes.
green chips are 25K.
Opes is not a believer of sacks with the jack up and the ace deuce down. Does have the best hand with the most equity at this point.
Sachs gets a 3. Ops gets a 10. I would guess this hand is going to be over.
It all depends if you think he was really stealing on 3rd Street, and if you really do, I mean, the equities are so close, it's still a coin flip, but we will not be happy on future streets if Sachs catches anything below a 10, so this calling here makes future playability so difficult. But for someone of James Ope's caliber, I do not hate this call at all.
Ops does come along, an 8 for Sachs and another jack for Opes. He's playing the wrong game. He wants to be playing stud. Sachs doesn't even need to go. Just motions towards his chips. Takes it down.
He had the right read. It's just the cards just didn't want to cooperate. Many players would just fold either on 3rd Street or on 4th Street, not knowing that they do have the best hand with the most equity or enough equity to continue in the pot.
We are switching the game up now. I'm sure everyone out there will know this one. No limit Texas Hold'em, baby. Anytime I can say it, I will. The Cadillac of poker. It's just a brilliant nickname for anything.
We have seen some really interesting hands of No Limit Hold'em from previous streams, and I've sent some to some of my friends to run in their simulators, and I've realized I need to work on my short stack ICM No Limit Hold'em strategy quite a bit. I mean, it really is just fold.
Just play very, very tight.
The ranges that you need to have in some of these spots just don't make sense to the average human. I think Mickey is just going to try to run over the table in these big bet games with how good he is and how studied he is compared to the rest of the field.
65 now.
Does take down hand number 1.
10 seconds.
It's also the hardest part of any tournament is when you get to the final table, when you get shorthanded. There's just so many different nuances, and it's so hard to get to this point where you have practice playing with so few players or making the right decisions based on ICM, based on laddering up, based on future game theory, based on so many different things.
Nice one here for Dueck. King, queen off.
65,000.
Getting after it once again.
Yeah, the blinds are 15,000, 30,000 here. He comes in for 65K. Wells finds ace-6 suited.
Just over 20 blinds. I mean, all in might be a thing.
150,000.
3-bet fold might be a thing.
Action here gets back over to Dueck. Let's see how he wants to attack this.
I'm sure he's thinking about what hands Wells could 3-bet fold in this spot, what hands Wells would just want to jam with his 20 big blind stack. Can he get anything to fold that has more equity, like a hand like ace-6, ace-5, ace-4, ace-9, ace-10? Do we want to put in all the chips if Wells somehow has a pair of jacks, 10s, 9s?
Yeah, probably to some degree just assessing the strength of Wells here, being the shortest stack of the remaining players. You know, it might look like he's strong, coming with a non-all-in 3-bet there. Could also be one of those things where maybe it's a raise fold category or 3-bet fold category. You know, Mickey's got to figure that one out.
Right.
Duet comes with fold, and Wells takes that pot.
One of my favorite players from the PGT series that we see in all of the No Limit events just won a Triton event, and I cannot wait to go back and watch the final table.
Who's that?
Sean Winter.
Oh, he's the best.
He's
the
just
best.
so entertaining to watch.
We got to get Winter playing the mixed games.
That would be awesome.
Could you imagine?
It's so fun.
I mean, he's a riot when it comes to the No Limit Hold'em and PLO stuff. Could you imagine playing mixed game? I mean, it would be must-see TV. So do keep in mind that we've been playing 2 hands of No Limit Hold'em. This is the 3rd hand. Dueck raised on both of them. Of course, Robert Wills took away the last one, but might see Mickey continue to stay aggressive here. Sachs comes in with a raise. A little larger sizing, 75K. Dueck's got 10-4 suited. Comes along from the big blind. Okay.
Wow,
this is
what
going
a
to be
flop.
fun. 5, 3 deuce with 2 spades. Bottom set for Sachs. Really can't ask much better when you're opening with deuces. And Dueck is open-ended with a flush draw. Now, the only thing that might hold these players back is the fact that there is ICM at play. Wells is over there on 750K. So, you know, does Mickey really just want to like go nuts with this type of really big draw, or does he want to play it slow and not really, you know, just go nuts with his hand? He is going to play it fast though.
180.
I mean, I don't hate it personally. He can also put a lot of pressure on Sachs, and he might be thinking, you know, listen, I'm unfamiliar with Sachs in terms of the no limit hold'em. I think he's probably very well versed in the mixed game stuff. So can Mickey say like, you know what, I'm just a better no limit hold'em player than this guy, so I'm going to kind of come after him with a little bit more aggression here.
Yeah, I think he definitely has the hand to do it. He has the chops. You know, with a raise here, I mean, Sachs might be able to deduce that Mickey is on a flush draw, in position, on future streets, maybe able to make the right play.
Sachs does call, and a queen of diamonds hits on the turn.
Sachs is pretty confident that his set is the best hand right now. Mickey does not want to take 10 high to showdown. He wants to win it.
10 seconds.
555,000 out there.
300.
That looks like 300,000 to me.
It's a large bet, but if I'm in Sachs's shoes, I'm really not afraid of too many hands. Do we raise to deny equity here? Do we just call? See a safe turn card?
Sachs announces call. And just like that, this pot has ballooned up over 1.1 million. The queen of hearts here comes in on the river. Dueck whiffs entirely. He's left with just his 10 high. Full house over there for Sachs. Does Mickey Dueck want to try and bluff at this one? Of course, we can see, you can see at home. It would be bad news if he did. There might be some thought process here from Dueck thinking, you know, the 5-3 deuce might favor me more coming out of the big blind versus an opening range.
Right.
Now that another queen came out, maybe he doesn't have something like, you know, an ace queen high, ace queen of spades, for example, something like that, just because, you know, there's two queens on board. So
I think Mickey's really trying to put Sachs on a specific range. I mean, Sachs hands can contain all overpairs to the fives.
yeah, and those hands are, if he comes with the bluff, you know, what's the sizing I can get, let's say, 2 8s to fold.
Right. It's very, very difficult.
There is a clock in play. You can hear in the background the computer saying time extension. And then to the right of Dueck's stack, you see those stack of time extension plaques. Here we go. That looks like 800,000. Wow. Dueck following through all the way. He check-raised flop, he fired the turn, and now here he is unloading the clip once again on the river. 800,000 is the bet. Dueck began this hand second in chips with just shy of 3 million, and if he, with what we anticipate, it's at least going to be a call. If he wants to play it super safe, it's going to be a call. But if he comes with a raise here, Mickey, of course, is obviously going to have to fold his hand. He's going to lose half his chips on this pot.
I think if Sachs raising, he's probably targeting a hand like Queen Jack of Spades,
like
Queen 10 of Spades, in terms of getting called by something.
4-5.
Sachs getting confirmation. On how much Dueck is playing behind.
Time extension.
On.
And there is the jam from Sachs. And a quick fold from Dueck, who was running the bluff. That did not work. Of course, ran into the full house of Sachs. And look at that. Sachs shooting up over 5 million here. And welcome to the show, sir. I mean, hello.
Started off strong.
Aaron Sachs began this final table with the chip leader and now has an even bigger lead. Thanks to a couple of ducks, making a full house. Also the beneficiary of an aggressive opponent in Mickey Dueck, who was willing to get after it there. Check raise flop and just continue to barrel off.
Yeah, Mickey is changing the dynamic of the norm in mixed games. Normally when you play 8-game or 10-game, the big bet games, the later on in the tournament you go, the smaller the pots for the big bet games and the larger the pots for the limit games get. Early on in the tournament, the big bet games play so much larger than the limit games. But Mickey, being so good at the big bet games, decided he wanted to take that spot specifically to go against the norm.
Opposite the raise here, King 10 of spades. Now it's Sternheimer's turn to have the deuces. He is on the button.
Call. Call.
Do you think those are stacked in 50s?
I mean, it could be like 57. I have no idea. I honestly think he's just stacking them like
Just to
even.
have, yeah, just to have a giant castle of chips.
10 seconds.
And look at this. Sternheimer makes the call, and Dueck finds ace-king in the small blind.
No fear, not being shy, playing good hands.
Comes in with the 3-bet, 375,000.
Kind of a large 3-bet, right? 5.5x.
Yeah, but I think these players are pretty deep, all things considered, where we're playing in No Limit Hold'em. So Dueck with the ace-king off, making it a little larger. Doesn't really want to have to play this out of position against one, if not two players, should things work out like that. You know, if he comes in and makes it like, I don't know, let's say you just go 3x, 210,000, just for argument's sake. You know, then maybe Ops comes in there, which then invites Sternheimer in there. So going larger, doesn't mind winning it right here. And he does just that.
Making some chips back.
Thank you.
We did just see him, along with some of the other players at these tables, kind of get a little, I don't know, annoyed by the lights. Is that the right word? A little sensitive to the lights in the room?
I mean, the lights are certainly bright here for TV reasons, of course. So,
like I said, if I'm ever in this room, I'll pull out my prescription sunglasses that I bought a couple years ago, but they've been sitting in my car ever since.
Sternheimer, 10-9 suited.
10 seconds.
65.
Dueck with a quick call with the fours. It's pretty clear that everyone just wants to set mine today at the final table. That's what we're doing.
So we didn't see the first hand that Mickey raised and took down, but every other hand, even though we expect him to play more hands than everyone else, every other hand he's had has been very reasonable.
3 players.
Sachs comes along from the big blind, Jack 7-3, rainbow here. Does have the 7 of spades out there, so Sternheimer as the pre-flop raiser has a gut shot, also has backdoor spades.
And has the most equity with just 10 high.
70. 70.
Sternheimer continues for 70,000. Dueck out of the way.
This might be a sexy little check raise here from Sachs if he can pull the trigger. Fold out definitely better hands or hands that have more equity. Maybe use your chip stack to your advantage.
Sachs electing to make the call here. 9 of diamonds on the turn. That delivers Sternheimer with a pair of 9s, putting him in the lead. Sachs comes with the check. Sternheimer checking back. And the 8 of spades comes in on the river. Sternheimer improves to a straight. Could be unlikely, though, that he is able to get any value from this hand, given that his opponent only has bottom pair, and there is a 4-liner out there. But you never know. Sachs first to act here.
$280.
Sachs is coming with it. Look at that. 280 into 380.
I really like his sizing. He can pretty credibly represent a 10 being the big blind caller. Maybe if Sternheimer had a hand like Jack 10, he would have bet the turn.
10 seconds. Time extension.
$580.
580,000.
Sternheimer fires back with the raise to 580,000. Sachs gives it up, and Sternheimer takes that one.
Nice bluff there.
You're a no limit talent, Phil.
Look at your stack, buddy. We can all just be friends.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Oh, it's pretty hot to bluff in that spot. It's nice.
Sternheimer comes from
Yeah, I think
trading
about
background, I
10,000
think.
on. I had
Some
the worst
sort of
hand.
Yeah, you know,
business type deal.
finance, investing, stuff like that.
Okay.
Believe he went to school for economics. Was from Europe. He's kind of been all over. Born in France, raised in Germany.
Generally
I believe
speaking,
now
the
he
Euros
lives
is
in
bluffing.
London, I believe.
10 seconds.
Raise.
Raise 70,000.
He is the big reason for the 100K.
Are you Argentinian?
Yeah, I mean it was really his idea.
Jesse
You
Ruppel.
know, as we see Wells here raise with Ace
PA?
10 of clubs. No, but I mean I can vividly remember standing out in the studio
Were you just
on the
seeing if I
floor
was gonna
when
nod no
Phil
at some
turned to Tim Duckworth, PGT commissioner, and
It's like when I tell someone
threw his idea at
an
him. And
American
at
from
first, you know,
Germany, like, oh, do you
both
know Hans?
myself and Tim
Oh.
kind of laughed like
That's
you're
like
out of
20
your
years older
mind.
than me.
Next thing you know, he's like, "No, I think we can get 30 players." And then we were like, "Okay, now you're definitely out
I
of
didn't
your
grow up in
mind."
Vegas.
You sound
but
a lot more American than he does.
That's 100% true.
but yeah, it looks like we'll get at least 16, 2 tables, you know, at minimum, which would be great. The satellite is giving away at least 1 seat, if not more. tonight. That satellite is underway over on the other side of the room. And then, yeah, we'll see what's happening. There's a lot of people in town, as you mentioned, Kevin. That big 2K, 4K game is running, you know, so maybe we'll see some of those players pop on in for the 100K buy-in, super high roller bowl mixed games. Again, that action kicks off tomorrow. And it'll be 3 straight days of coverage here on PokerGo.
It might be better coverage than the 50K PPC. I'm really expecting it to be the cream of the crop, top players.
Yeah,
All
it should be
battle
Alex
it out.
Livingston and Chris Vitch on the call, 2 brilliant minds when it comes to mixed games. So
Both of those players have definitely played in the 50K.
yeah, and I know that when Daniel won the 50K last summer, Alex Livingston was on the call actually alongside Phil Sternheimer in the booth with Ali
I
Najad. So
remember that.
and I've done some mixed games commentary with Phil Sternheimer last summer, and he's great. He's incredible. Really has a great mind for the game. So, you know, just I think that translates well into his play, or maybe it's his play that translates well into the booth, but either way.
I think it comes from being a poker player first.
Phil's
and
one of the best.
spending thousands of hours playing these games, developing your own strategies, and then being kind of a linguist. You know, he's very well spoken. I've had an opportunity to play quite a few of the tournaments with Phil Sternheimer.
Yeah, spent a lot of time in private equity. Specialized in buying and optimizing established businesses.
10 seconds.
And then has been a pretty formidable, high-stakes poker player. You know, and it's not just mixed games, too. I know he plays a lot of mixed games, especially high-stakes mixed cash. But, you know, he used to play a lot of high rollers on the EPT, no limit hold'em stuff. So he really can play all the different games. So this 10-game format certainly suits him.
All right.
As we slide on over here to Omaha high-low, 8 or better.
You know, like it's the 4th time on my trip that my card just suddenly stops working.
Yeah, I was worried I was in the wrong place.
No, it happens to the best of us.
Not that this applies to Phil, but you know how you know the easiest way to make $1
I know,
million
I thought I'd give you a
in
little
poker?
bit. I didn't say that, otherwise I thought you might not
Steal
go.
it?
Start with $2 million.
There you go.
It's a lot easier to
I'm not
make
really
a
sure
bunch
what
of
I
money
left
in
in my
poker
bedroom,
if you
so
have
maybe
money
It was divine
than if
intervention
you're coming
tonight
up
to
from
get in.
nothing.
Omaha 8 or better.
Omaha 8 or better. When I first learned this game, I had a run-and-one subscription. And the first video I ever saw of how to play Omaha 8 or better was from our man on the button, James Opes. And I thought it was one of the best, most informative videos I've ever seen. And I made sure I found him that summer at the series and said, hey man, I'm just getting into mixed games. I love your stuff on Run-It-Once. 5 years later, I go back to him and say, hey man, I've played so many mixed games over the last 4 years or 5 years. I've won 4 bracelets, and it all started off with that conversation we
All
had.
started because of you. Speaking of ups, raising here. Dueck came along from the big blind. 6-6-5 with a couple of spades. Dueck's going to check call. Ace on the turn. So Dueck with the deuce 7 playing for his low.
Right.
And then now, Ops has 2 pair, aces and 6s, king kicker. Ops betting again. Now, how much substance can Dueck give to a deuce 7 low here?
In this scenario, you have 2 deuces. I think it would actually be quite reasonable for him to put in a raise or to just call down with his deuce 7. I think calling is probably worse than raising, and folding is probably equal to raising in that spot. You don't really have any high equity except for a lone gut shot. It's not really worth continuing as a call, if you wanted to continue in that spot, I would love to see a raise because you can credibly represent a 6 and you have the backup of your deuce 7 low to get you half of the pot if it doesn't work.
Only read NVG asking, is the 100K 10 game as well? Yes, it is. So back to back, big buy-in 10 game tournaments.
Wow.
3
Ace,
aces
ace, ace,
in the
4.
hole for ops. That doesn't count for anything in terms of making 3 aces, but you can still play his hand accordingly.
Yeah, it's still a good hand to raise. You have aces, you have an ace high suit, you have a good low card. You block all your opponents from having ace deuce, ace 3 type hands. You can very easily just take it down right here and now, even though you are playing with only 3 cards in your hand.
And he does just that. Oops, taking that one down. Playing Omaha high-low right now. The 10-game rotation is as follows. Let's start with Omaha high-low here. We got stud, no limit, deuce to 7 single draw, limit hold'em, Badoogie, stud high-low, pot limit Omaha, limit deuce to 7 triple draw, Raz, no limit hold'em. Those are the 10 games in the rotation. So a nice mix of limit stuff. You got some high-low stuff. You got some big bet stuff. You know, you got draw in there. You know, it really does have a bit of everything. Certainly favors, you know, somebody who can perform as the most well-rounded player.
10 seconds.
It's just not fair. The last couple orbits, we've seen the best player in the game, from my perspective, just get the best hand and get to play more hands than all of their opponents.
Well, that's like what we saw yesterday with Daniel Negreanu, right? I mean, Daniel Negreanu was obviously extremely good, and then he was getting hit in the face with the deck the entire time.
Just
So
get aces
it's just
every
like,
hand.
you know,
Or every second
how are you
hand.
going to beat the guy? No, Daniel played great. Ended up getting heads up with Nick Schulman. If you guys want to relive that action, you can do so on PokerGo. You can do so on the PokerGo YouTube channel. Just find the archived version of the stream. It did air yesterday, and it was a wild one. It was fun. There was plenty of action, chaos, table talk, banter. Like it had everything. Everything.
It was the most fun final table I've ever done commentary for.
We are 3 ways here. Everyone's got an ace.
Well, Sachs and Opes have aces up with aces and 6s. Wells has the only low draw with the 7-4. No one improving on this turn. Oh, that's a spicy one. That gives Sachs aces and 8s for the best high hand, and Wells has the 7-4 for the best low hand. None of these players really want to put in too much money, if at all, with their hands because they're not great on their own. So we'll see if someone folds half of the pot in this situation or if it just checks around.
Ace king high.
Ace 8.
Full 7 for low.
So Wells and Sachs here are going to scoop up the money of James Obst. Wells going to take the low half with that 7-4. Ace 8 making a better 2 pair for Sachs. He's going to take the high half of that pot.
I've played with Wells less than a handful of times. I know he's from the UK, I think. I
Yeah,
don't really know
believe
too
he's
much else
from Wales.
I don't really know too much else about him. He comes out to the series every summer.
Yeah, I mean, Wells says he's a mixed game specialist. He's a professional poker player, specializes in cash games. Has a bunch of deep runs in various tournaments at the WSOP. Last year, he had
Phil,
2
you know
runner-up
about what you're
finishes
playing?
and a 7th place
Do you know
finish.
about what you're playing?
I think I wanted to count.
3?
I think it's like, huh?
Here, let me, no.
See, he doesn't know. He's just literally just stacking his chips as high as
My guess is
possible.
like a smidgen
Okay.
on 1.5.
It's well over 1.5.
Really?
Yeah, you have stacks of 300,000.
But these are 300 stacks. I actually didn't count. That'll be good news.
Told you.
Yeah, he
Told
doesn't
you he has
even
no
know.
idea what's going on.
There's no method to the madness. Just
As long as
madness.
my stack gets bigger, it doesn't matter what the how many I have it stacked high. If it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, I know I'm making more and more chips. That's all that matters.
That's it. That's all that matters. It looks like he's restacking it now, so that it is easier to count.
Dueck with the raise here. Ace 3-3 deuce. James Ops comes along out of the big blind. King, Queen, 7 with a couple of clubs. You can see Ops has
do
the
black
best
coffee
equity
with
towards a
milk.
high. He's got a pair of 7s. He's got a
With
flush
milk.
draw.
Yeah, a little bit.
That said,
Thank you.
I don't know if he'll really be
million
continuing here, but we'll see.
Thanks.
I don't think he's going to fold yet. Mickey does
I knew
have
that. I
the ace
wouldn't
of
have bluffed
clubs,
the
which is
river
good for
versus
his
it.
hand.
Well, this
Do you
is a
bluff?
nice card for
didn't have
Ops. He
10?
makes trip 7s now.
Or queen.
And with that card coming in
3-5,
here,
buddy.
there will be no low.
Is there a 3 on the board?
I suspect Mickey would probably shut it down at this point. No real reason to put more money in this
man.
pot as a bluff.
Pretty dirty.
Things on the flop will probably just continue on this same turn.
Ace of spades here comes in on the river.
How much fun are you having right now? 1 to
Ops
10.
still with the best hand. He is going to bet it.
8.5.
8.5 to 9.
You know, Ops checking on the turn was hoping to get some value from a hand like aces, ace king, ace queen,
Like
and
a
those
7?
hands not betting
After that
give
bluff?
him a
After
very
7's
strong
probably the
sense
answer.
of having the best hand with 3 7s on the river. So now he's really trying to get paid by a hand like ace queen.
Dueck
I
does
made the
find the
notes
fold there, correctly so. And Ops takes that pot.
The ace is cracked.
One more hand this level.
Deal wheel. Ace 2, 3, 4. Did you see the? You were not in the Bahamas, right?
I was.
You were? Do you see Wantman's hand against Tollerine in the 50K PLO?
No.
He had quad aces and there were 2 micro stacks, and I think he didn't see the straight flush, and Tollerine has a steel wheel.
Oh, yeah, I saw
So-
that.
Wow. That's
Wild.
crazy. Another strong hand for Mickey here, raising it up. Your best game, you just get the luckiest. That's why I like my best game being Raz, because you win the biggest pots. I always want to run well in Raz.
I'm calling.
That's a really good call. You're out of position. Your high equity is fine, and you don't mind inviting the big blind into the hand with a hand exactly as he has. That's not very good high or low with the Jack 7 4 deuce.
Yeah, a lot of
We're on the
times
break now.
at some lower stakes, players just, whether it's tournaments or cash games, players see ace deuce in their hand in this game and they just go nuts with it.
Right. Because they understand that that hand makes the nut low.
But I can win
most
half
of
the
time.
pot.
Right.
Yeah, but only if it qualifies. It's never guaranteed.
Right.
It's always guaranteed there's going to be a high.
Yes. Which is why you should play your high hands in this game more aggressively, assuming you have some sort of low equity.
Action was checked around here on the 10-6-5. 2 club flop. Queen of clubs here on the turn. Ops checking again. Action has paused here on Sternheimer. He's going to check.
I think we can pretty safely take the nut flush draw out of Mickey's range if we're in our opponent's shoes. Now with a 4th club on board, James Opes making 10s up for the high hand. And Mickey Dueck making the nut low with ace-3. Sternheimer has a 7-4 low and a pair of deuces. Definitely just wants to get to showdown, cross his fingers hoping to win half of the pot. But Mickey will bet here with the nut low. And if I'm in Opes' shoes, I just know that Mickey has the nut low here after checking back the flop and the turn, finding the deuce on the river.
Now, are you always supposed to bet the nut low here like this?
Yeah, I think so.
Ace-3.
I think you're just getting a lot of value from other hands, especially if both players call.
Sternheimer gets out of the way. And these two show their hands. Ops with the high. Dueck with the low, and they're going to chop it up. Now, I know we're playing mixed games here, a 10-game rotation, but if you want to deal yourself in for some high-quality, fast, and fun, and free No Limit Hold'em, head on over to playpokergo.com. It's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure poker action. Ring games, tournaments, sit-and-goes, whatever your fancy. Check it out now, playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Five players remaining in this $25,000 buy-in 10-game championship here at the PGT Mixed Games Series. My name is Donnie Peters. I have four-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner Kevin Gerhart alongside me.
I believe the limits have gone up this hand.
That is correct. 80K, 160K are the limits. We are still playing limit Omaha high-low. Robert Wells is the short stack with 785. Dueck in front of him. Aaron Sack still up on top with a smidge over 5 million.
Sternheimer with a pretty good hand here, especially small blind versus big blind.
Call.
I think calling or raising are very reasonable in this spot.
He takes the call option. Dueck checks back with the 10-5-4-3.
Now we're most likely looking for our high equity if we're in Sternheimer's shoes. The low with the ace-6 is fine, but the double suitedness of our hand gives us so much more playability post-flop in terms of high equity.
Action flop here. Ace, 4, deuce with a couple of clubs. The wheel for Dueck, good for both high and the low, at least right now.
Right.
You got top pair for Sternheimer. He's also got clubs working as well. Bet from Sternheimer and a call. King of diamonds on the turn.
I feel like it's going to get like...
That's a great just call from Mickey in the big blind facing a bet from Sternheimer. If we want to put in the raise, we don't really want to do it on a small street. We could even wait till the river to put in a raise if Sternheimer continues
30 would be
betting.
an amazing turnout, I think. I can't come up with 30 guys that would play. So I can come up with 12, 14.
Sternheimer comes with a check.
Have you played this online or not?
I don't think so. Yeah.
So if we're here in Mickey's shoes, we have the 10 of clubs. Can we charge either a diamond draw or a club draw, knowing that we have the best low possible? Pretty tough spot for Sternheimer. All we have is one pair of aces. We have a low draw, but it's no good. And we have a 9 high flush draw.
There's the call from Sternheimer. 4 of spades comes in on the river. That gives the check mark both ways to Dueck. You can see he's 100% and 100% with that wheel. Also probably feels pretty good if you're Dueck to have a 4 blocking any possible full houses of your opponent.
Yeah. Dueck did check back in the big blind, so we can pretty safely discount an ace in his hand if we're in Sternheimer's shoes. All of the draws missed, so if our ace was good on the turn, then it should be good on the river. Little does he know that Mickey just had it the entire time. And we see a little bit of Hollywooding here from Mickey, knowing that he's betting this river 100% of the time.
Time extension.
There is the bet from Dueck, and you heard it there. Ah from Sternheimer. Has found himself in a bit of a pickle here.
I think he's going to find a call here. Yes, he doesn't have a low hand, but his ace should be good some percentage of the time, probably more than 160 into 800,000% of the time.
Well, he's got the calling chips in his hand.
But he is going to get
And
shown
there's the
bad
call.
news.
3-5 shown from Dueck. The wheel.
Chop it up.
Sternheimer jokes, chop it up. Big pot there for Mickey Dueck as he scoops in all those chips. Trying to pull himself back up to where he once was. He once had right around 3 million in chips. Then he decided to bluff it all off against Aaron Sachs. And now he's working his way back up the leaderboard. Sternheimer takes a little bit of a spill there. 1.34 million for him. Nikita mentioning that Dueck got 3rd in the WSOP main event in 2022. That is true. Espen Jorstad was the winner that year. Mickey Dueck, 3rd place finish for a boatload of money. I think he also final tabled, it was either the 10K PLO or the 25K PLO, one of those two, before his run in the WSOP main event. I don't think Dueck has missed a PGT PLO series. We have that coming up at the studio as well.
Probably like 3 or 4 points.
No. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding.
Sternheimer with a raise on the button.
Call.
Action over to Wells in the big blind. He calls. 9-9-7-6 for Wells. 10-6-4-3 for Sternheimer. Sternheimer flopping a straight with his 4-3. Wells has a flush draw. He's got the overpair. He's got a straight flush draw with the 8 of clubs. A lot of different things working for him.
The only thing he doesn't have is a low on this 3-low board, knowing that if Sternheimer does have a hand like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, he's very unlikely to get any part of that half of the pots.
Wells does call, and 10 of diamonds here on the turn. That second diamond does give Sternheimer a flush draw of his own. Talk to me about the opening of a 10-6-4-3 on the button. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, for sure,
yeah.
especially double suited. You're in position. The hand plays okay as a high. You have an okay low. You know, you don't have to play tight so that you always have an ace or a deuce in your hand. You can find a flop like this.
Sternheimer continuing, this time for the larger bet of 160.
And if you find yourself in a spot where you can continue betting and putting pressure on your opponents, they can always fold their equity and you can win the hand that way.
Wells gets out of the way. Sternheimer takes that pot.
Yeah, he needed that after losing over 500,000 chips on the previous hand.
Another game change here. We are moving over to 7-card stud high. Players back in their seats. Sternheimer with a drink of coffee. Dueck with a swig of his water. Let's play some 7-card, boys. $112,000 is what these 5 players are guaranteed up top. $462 $52,000. 56 entries in this $25,000 buy-in event. 2-day tournament, they played down to the final 15. They returned today. They got down to the money, down to the final table, and here we are. We already saw Nick Guagenti busting in 6th place. He lasted like two or three hands at the final table, something like that. It was a pretty quick
20.
in and out for Nick. Before him in the money, Jason Mercier in 7th place, Max Coleman in 8th place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Complete.
I know we've declared Chino the winner. How do the points work in a championship event, like a 25K? Is there some sort of reduction in points, or?
Yeah, I believe they are 0.6.
Okay.
And then the 15Ks are 0.8. And then the 10Ks and 5Ks are 1-to-1 in terms of dollars to points.
That makes perfect sense, because I was going to say whoever wins this just wins the player of the series. No,
yeah. No, I mean that was something that I think might have predated me. That you know, we're like, okay, we got to kind of correct this thing. Another thing that we have done here on the PGT, of course, from the brain of PGT Commissioner Tim Duckworth, is he did install a minimum 2 cash rule. So you have to cash twice. So you can't just come in and win the 25K.
Right.
Like you can't just do that. You have to have cash twice. You know, I can't remember what series it was, but you know, for example, we saw Isaac Haxton come in and just play the 25K and he won it. You know, but that doesn't mean you just can win the series. That's not how this works. Yeah, Max Coleman was the final player that was able to possibly overtake Chino Ream. He needed a 3rd place finish or better in this event. He ended up in 8th place, so that secured things for Chino Ream. Chino picked up his 2nd PGT Mixed Games Series title. Along with it came a $10,000 PGT Passport bonus.
I was watching the text coverage when they actually did burst the money bubble, and Max Coleman was left with 1 big bet after losing a pot. And luckily for him, Chad Eveslage decided that he wanted to get involved in a hand of stud 8 against James Opes. Chad, with his king 8, lost to the straights on 5th Street from James Opes, and Chad was eliminated on the money bubble, leaving Max Coleman 1 bet and $56,000 for the min cash.
Yeah, 56K was the min cash here. Just over 2 buy-ins. 7-card stud high. 7 cards variant here. 2 down to start, 1 up. You're ultimately going to have 3 down, 4 up if you make it all the way. Trying to just make the best 5-card high hand. So Sternheimer here starting with split queens. Very good starting hand for him. That said, Wells is disguised here. You know, if he rolls off a deuce, that could be very tricky for Sternheimer to navigate.
Right. The equities in this on 3rd Street actually run pretty far apart. We saw a pair of queens was 65% against the pair of deuces of Wells. A lot of people say that stud is a race to 2 pair, and we see Wells picking up the king here actually increased his equity quite a bit against the 4 of Sternheimer.
Cool.
So if Wells catches kings up and Sternheimer only makes queens up, he will win this hand.
Their 8s are new.
Now Wells picks up another 8 here, has 8s showing, but Sternheimer picks up a 10 and makes queens and 10s. So both players race to 2 pair on 5th.
Right.
Sternheimer out in front. Now if you're Sternheimer, though, you have to decide, does that 8 make trips for my opponent? Is it something where maybe he had 3 spades and now he's betting spades plus maybe this 8 trying to represent something? So how do you perceive, you know, kind of what's going on here if you're Sternheimer?
With the queens and 10s, you're not dead to the 3 8s if Wells does have it. As you mentioned, Wells might have spades. He might have some other pair in the hole, which gave him 2 pair. As Sternheimer here, I think you're continuing 100% of the time, but you're doing it very cautiously. If you were to make a fold here, it'd be incredibly
Can I get an iced
exploitative.
Americano, please? Thanks.
Sternheimer is in the tank here.
Call.
Does make the call.
And no, we still have 2 more big betting streets, which is total of 320,000. Wells only has 385,000 chips behind.
7 of spades for Wells, 5 of hearts for Sternheimer. Is Wells going to continue to try and tell this story? He is.
Yeah, just from the strength of his board alone, he needs to bet. It is pretty hard to have 2 pair as Sternheimer here, according to what his board looks like. We can see he does have queens and 10s.
Now, is Wells, is he just coming with value here? Like, how is he approaching this hand with this betting?
I think he's betting for value. I think he thinks that he has the best hand the majority of the time because, like I said, stud is a race to 2 pair, and it is pretty difficult to make a 2 pair in Sternheimer's shoes. I expect Wells to check on 7th Street if he doesn't improve his hand, and Sternheimer will probably go for value, and then we'll decide as Wells if 8s and deuces are the best hand if we do not improve with a king, an 8, or a deuce.
So Wells gets a 5, Sternheimer gets a jack. That doesn't change anything in terms of where they were. Still 8s and deuces for Wells, and he's going to bet once again. Sternheimer has the queens and 10s.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused at this point what's going through Wells's mind. We're probably not getting too much better to fold, only have to call 160,000 into a pot of 124 million. If Sternheimer does find a hero fold here, he would have to have some crazy read.
Call announce.
Sternheimer announces call.
Okay.
I believe that Wells was betting thin for value, but I don't really know if Sternheimer is calling with just a pair of queens on 7th Street. So it might have been a little too aggressive.
Sternheimer collects a nice pot there, up over 2.3 million, and Wells left with just 65K. You can see right there, he doesn't have too many chips to shuffle with.
Someone told me that Wells is friends or in the same circle group with Yuri Divalevsky.
Okay.
So they might share some studying, some hand histories. I mean, I have seen Wells from the limited amount of times that we played together play quite well. And we know Yuri's just a sick crusher when it comes to mixed games.
Use spades.
Yes, sir.
Deuce up for Dueck. He has to bring in, but he does have 8s in the hole. Not sure if he looked yet. You know, oftentimes players will just fire in that bring in and then deal with things later.
The vast majority of the time. The only time I think you should complete is when you are short or someone else is short at the table that you want to get all in. The standard play and flow is just
Rice.
All in.
bring in for the minimum when you do get the lowest up card. And Wells with 2 antes decides that this is the hand he wants to put his tournament life at risk with.
Is this just because it's closely connected enough?
I guess so. I don't think it's... I mean, you're all in this hand or one of the next 2 hands. I think waiting for a hand that contains maybe a face card is more valuable.
Well, now that I see that, we already saw obviously that Dueck had the deuce up, which makes me a little less likely personally to want to play the hand Wells has because I have a deuce and it's less likely I can make like some sort of 2 pair or pair or whatever.
Right.
And now also seeing that Sternheimer has a 4, which blocks one of the key cards I need to possibly make a straight here.
Yeah, I think...
I would almost just gamble on the next, whatever the next hand is.
I think the next hand
spot.
or the hand after that, we have to go with one of those. This hand is not good enough in 7-card stud. Obviously in Raz or stud high-low, this is a very good hand to go with, but I just don't think this is the spot we want to take.
Well, if Wells wanted action, he got it because it seems like everyone wants to play their hand.
Oh, this is really interesting. So Wells did not have enough for the full complete or even halfway to the complete, which would be 50,000 chips, which meant James Opes could only raise to 80,000, not 125,000. Sternheimer called the 80,000, and now Dweck is putting in the re-raise to 160,000, gets Opes to fold. And this is definitely sending alarm bells through Sternheimer because it's so unlikely that your opponent finds a raise in the spot with a deuce as the bring-in.
Good luck, Rob.
Sternheimer's going to come along. So we did lose James Opes here, who originally came in, but still 3 ways. Robert Wells is all in here. He's going to have to hang out and watch his fate get run out. He gets a deuce.
Sure, why not? Give him a deuce.
A 5 for Sternheimer, the 9 of spades for Dweck, a 3rd spade over there for Dweck, and he's going to continue here, 80,000. Action is between Dweck and Sternheimer on the side here. Wells, no more betting for him. He's just got to hang out, see how things go.
That is a pretty good card for Sternheimer. All in all, it gives him 3 to a straight.
Sternheimer calls. A 3 for Wells. Jack for Sternheimer. And the 8 of clubs for Dweck. Dweck makes trip 8s here. Probably a very well-disguised trip 8s. I mean,
yeah, there's no way that Sternheimer puts him on exactly 2 8s. Normally when you raise off of the deuce bring-in, it's some sort of high pair, not really a middle pair. This is a really good development for Mickey Dweck.
Now this is the decision point for Sternheimer, right? 5th Street, the bet is now the bigger limit. Got to kind of decide how you want to proceed going forward.
Yeah, we're not really happy being against 4 spades if that's what Mickey has. We can see that Mickey just has a hammer lock on this hand. Wells does have a gut shot.
Flip now.
Sternheimer does make a fold.
So spooky.
3 8s there for Dweck is shown.
Oh,
Wells is going to need a lot of help. Remember, Sternheimer did fold 2 4s.
What do you need, a 4?
I need a 4.
Can you
Okay.
put the whole guys back in there?
So spooky, man.
You open with a 10, you had a 10.
I know, but
You can't have
I'm saying,
10s.
like, I'm
Possible.
not supposed to fold unless you have, like, you know,
Yay,
exactly
blockers.
2 pair or a set.
A 9 for Wells. A 7 for Dweck. One final card here for Robert Wells to determine his fate. He's got 8%.
I'll flip first.
Ace doesn't change anything for
You got
Dweck.
it, you got it.
A king is not going to do it for Robert Wells, and he is going to be eliminated here in 5th place
Take care.
from the PGT Mixed Games 10-game
Yeah,
championship.
sure.
Wells takes home $112,000 in prize money.
That's okay. Thank you. Hold on, let me just tip you.
Guys.
A very good run here
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
from
you.
Wells.
Nice time, Mickey.
Thanks.
As Dweck collects a nice pot there, is able to eliminate a player, get us down to 4.
I'm not supposed to make that fold.
What'd you fold?
I mean,
We're going to see it in 30 minutes.
I had a pair and then an overcard to your presumed, you know, I have 2 pair draw. And a runner straight draw as well.
Antes, please.
I had 3 spades.
Huh?
Oh, I had 2
Yeah,
spades
I
showing
did
here.
both spades though. Nice hand.
Thanks.
Sternheimer there saying he
important
wasn't
ladder,
supposed to fold.
Was it?
I
understand.
could see that because
Huge.
he is trying to raise to
Huge,
two
yeah.
pair in stud,
I'd
but
pocket sevens, buried seven.
I guess he just
Hmm?
had
buried
the
seven.
feeling.
Just figured you- Yeah, I kind of knew that, Your but range. I had eight, so I was
It's
like,
obviously that he had sevens.
I gotta raise it.
All right, final four players now guaranteed $140,000.
I really like the minds of non-traditional mixed game players when they play these mixed games.
You
Like, I
folded
have to do
sevens?
this, I have to do that.
No, you didn't.
You
fold
have
sevens.
this, which means you
never
can't
fold
have
sevens.
that. You know,
Oh my god. I got more reads on your glucose. No, you were lying. You didn't have sevens.
Pick the fucking thing. Turn it off.
Sachs completes here, gets it done, shows his hand. He's been quiet for the last 20 minutes or so. Has Sachs hasn't really gotten involved, just kind of hanging out over there, but is still the big chip leader.
Jack of hearts.
pretty interesting board for stud high. There could be some action here. Jack, ace, ace, king.
Jack is the bring-in, and that bring-in has a queen nine in the hole. Op's going to complete. Ace up. Jack 10 of clubs in the hole. Sternheimer's out of the way. Duax out of the way. Sachs not going to continue here.
Every time I look over, Sternheimer's chip stack is wobbling, and I'm just waiting for it to topple over, and we'll have to take a short break to clean everything back up.
There?
Yeah.
Anti
I had the 6 high beat.
The nines, a five, and a queen of cards. I
Nice
suspect
little
Sternheimer's going to complete this. 8, 9, 10, even with a 9 dead behind him. There's no jack, there's no 7. Cards that he needs to make a straight. Oped with a 9 in the hole. Thinks that, you know, it's very unlikely that Sternheimer has a 9, seeing that he knows where 3 of them are.
Ops does come along, gets the 8 of clubs. Queen of hearts for Sternheimer. He's first here.
It's a very good card for Sternheimer. We saw 1 queen dead, but he does pick up the gut shot draw with no jacks dead. And another overcard to the 3 unders of the 9-8-5 of James Opes. We see he does have ace high, but he is a 2-to-1 dog.
6 of spades for Ops, 6 of clubs for Sternheimer. Trading sixes here. Sternheimer has the lead, so he's going to be first to act.
Both players need a 7 to make a straight.
Bet. Call.
Is that enough?
Bet from Sternheimer and a call.
Sorry, my bad. Another 40, right?
Here we go to 6th Street.
Equity's still running really close. Neither player has anything, but there are some draws.
Deuce of clubs for Ops, queen for Sternheimer. He now has queens showing. Nice spot for him to just continue to bet. Must feel good when you're on a hand like Sternheimer. You're barreling off on, you know, kind of a semi-bluff, also kind of trying to rep your board, and then you just hit something that's like, great, now I can just win it.
Yep, hand's just over at this point.
I didn't need to, try and peel that jack. I didn't need to try and hit some on the river. No, just give me the queens on my board. I'll just bet. He'll fold. Easy game.
Yeah, it was 60-40 going into 6th Street, and then it's just game over when the 7 pairs openly for Sternheimer.
One more hand stud high.
Deuce of clubs, automatic bring in.
Yeah, clubs is the lowest suit for all of you out there. So if you get dealt the deuce of clubs in stud, or if you get dealt the king of spades in Raz,
yes,
you're just auto bringing in. So if you're first and there's 7 other people at the table, you get the deuce of clubs in stud. You throw that bring in out there. You don't even need to look and wait.
Yep, true.
Thank you.
Although, technically the hand doesn't start until all cards are dealt out
Yeah,
on
whatever.
the table.
Whatever.
And then you have people at the other end of the table asking, oh, what was your up card? What was your up card? It's just better game flow to wait until all the cards are up and then throw your bring in there.
Switching it up now. No limit, deuce to 7, single draw. Two rounds of betting in this game, both pre-draw and post-draw. Only one draw.
No limit deuce.
Trying to make a best hand of deuce, 3, 4, 5, 7. You also do not want that to be a flush. Aces are high, straights are bad, pairs are bad.
Yeah, early on in the tournament, this game plays quite big compared to the rest of them. Later on, it's a lot of people min-raising or just over min-raising and taking it down. It's really hard to find two hands that want to go to war when you are four-handed or shorter. It's just one big blind this hand, so it's Mickey and Sachs left in the pot. Neither player has anything, but the power of regression in position from Mickey is going to reward him with this pot.
And I'll be curious to see Dueck's approach here. I would guess that because, he's a big bet player predominantly, maybe he's a little bit comfortable or more comfortable here. This is my first time personally seeing Mickey Dueck play mixed games, and I think he's played extremely well. Even simple things like going way back to kind of the beginning when there was a spot when you should raise in Raz as a steal when he had those split fours. Remember, like even something as simple as that tells me that okay, this guy has been playing the games, he's been learning. He's certainly not just a fish out of water, just doing whatever. No, he's serious about this, and I love to see that.
And this game does really lend itself to big bet players coming to mixed games easier because it's more of a bluffing game, it's more of a bet sizing game, it's more of a live tell type of game, kind of similar to No Limit Hold'em.
Sternheimer here starting with a nice one, first act.
Yeah, very, very strong hand. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Obst finds a pat 8-6-5-3 deuce.
This is the
just a brilliant hand to get dealt.
7th best hand you can be dealt. Or the 7th best hand you can make. And even in triple draw, it's really hard to make a hand this strong. Sternheimer does have the hand to go to war with him, needing a 6 or a 3, and then we will see massive fireworks if that does come to fruition. If Sternheimer even catches an 8.
Ops does come with the 3-bet here.
Yeah, Sternheimer cannot fold. He knows that this hand is what we call convertible. If Ops is kind of getting somewhat out of line, 3-betting a good one card draw. Sternheimer can pat back in position with the Jack-7, knowing that he's an equity favorite. Most likely from this aggression, Sternheimer can put Obst on a pat hand to begin with, but he is drawing to the best hand possible, 7-5-4-3 deuce. There is an argument to raising again here from Sternheimer.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask you. You know, this tank here, this thought process from Sternheimer, it's never fold, as you mentioned. So now it's what are the merits of calling versus possibly raising, maybe jamming?
Yeah, it's you're not folding, but raising and calling are both on the table. Maybe your opponent, he does come with raise, and he makes it a small sizing too.
925. Non-all-in 4-bet here.
He knows with this sizing, he can get a hand like a 10 to fold, some bad 9s to fold. Ops will never let go of this hand. I think he just says the words all in, and we'll see if Sternheimer can make a fold or if he wants to play a massive pot. I really kind of surprised. Okay.
There's the jam from James Ops.
I think he was kind of balancing, maybe timing tells, waiting until his clock runs down and then saying all in. I think from the time that Phil started tanking or even putting the bet, he knew he was going to move all in. And now it's really on Phil.
And Sternheimer puts the chips in.
Yeah,
and here we go. We are playing a huge pot here. In 86 for Ops, he stands pat. Sternheimer pitches the jack after he sees his opponent stand pat. He's going to be drawing to the winner. Can he make it?
It might be something like 85-15 in terms of equity percentages, in terms of Ops. His hand is just so massive that Sternheimer has to catch exactly a 6 or a 3, and we see one of each of those cards in Ops' hand. Not very likely for Sternheimer to improve.
Can I turn him over now, the others?
And it does look like Sternheimer added another jack, which is, of course, no good against the 86 for James Ops. He's going to squeeze it, but once he finds paint, he's going to not be happy.
Oh, you got it. Nice hand.
Turns it over, announces that Ops has it, and a big double up for the Australian.
1.72.
Ops had 1.72 million.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep, 1.72.
So that's 5, right?
Gonna be up to right around 3.5 million with that double up through Sternheimer. And we'll see how many chips Sternheimer has left after he counts these down here.
I think those are 500.
Yeah, you think. We already established that you actually have no idea.
And once again, we've seen the big bet games playing just massive pots late in the tournament, which normally isn't the case. People tend to shy away and play the bigger pots in the limit games.
5, 7. I got them
2
wrong
players
already.
with no fear.
Make sure that's right.
The all-in was for 1,720,000 from James Ops.
Okay, sure.
Dealer's verifying here. That is a whole heck of a lot of chips there going James Ops' way.
Not just in terms of number.
Volume too.
It's a lot of chips. I wanted the dealer to count it down and then mess everything up, knock down every stack, and make James stack a rack and a half worth of chips. It's always more fun that way.
And it looks like Sternheimer's left with around 650, 700-ish. Now the short stack, 4 players remaining here in the 25K 10-game championship at the PGT Mixed Games Series. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm joined alongside by Kevin Gerhart. Thank you to everyone who is tuning in for this championship event of this Mixed Games Series. We're on PokerGo. We're on the PokerGo YouTube channel. I think we're also on Twitter, a bunch of other places as well. Harry asking in the YouTube chat, do the announcers read the chat? Yes, Harry, we do. So if you have a question, fire it over. And please do hit that like button, the little thumbs up below the video. Would greatly appreciate it.
Total.
Tomorrow starts PokerGo's coverage of the $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Games Tournament, the first ever of its kind, the highest buy-in Mixed Games Tournament in history. We are planning for 3 days of coverage of that event. Sachs here with the raise on the button. Action folds over to Sternheimer.
All in.
And he's going to jam.
It's going to work. Sachs has nothing to call with. A really nice pickup for Sternheimer.
Sachs does fold. Sternheimer takes that one down. Harry asked, what's my favorite dish to eat? And if anyone knows me, I'm going to say pizza. Just like that man right there. Phil Sternheimer, huge pizza guy. Huge, huge, huge pizza guy. He loves it. He prefers like a nice New York style slice. Does Phil Sternheimer?
Yeah, I don't think you'll guess what my favorite dish, meal, food is to eat.
Probably like a meatball sub.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, definitely not a meatball sub.
I got no idea then.
A really good Eggs Benedict.
Oh, okay.
That's my style. I love breakfast food. You get some of that like farmer
breakfast
style
food
toast.
is elite.
Yeah.
Absolutely elite.
Yep. Agreed.
Still playing no limit deuce to 7 single draw here. This is a rotation of 10 games. Starting from here and going out, we'll hit limit hold'em next. Badoogie, stud high low, pot limit Omaha. Limit deuce to 7 triple draw. Raz, no limit hold'em, Omaha high low and stud. Unlike the tournament that we saw yesterday, which was won by the one and only Daniel Negreanu, where that was dealer's choice and players could pick from a variety of 20 games. Here it is a set order. You go through that order, you play a set number of hands, you move on to the next game in the rotation, and you just keep on going until we get to the end of the tournament. Ops with the raise here.
This will definitely show us more about Mickey's style in these games. Folding is definitely fine. You could also call and draw 2 to the 7-5-3, but you don't really want to be out of position against someone who's so good as James Opes, especially in this game. So giving it up, not risking extra chips, I really like that fold.
The 100K Super High Roller Bowl Mixed will be a 10-game format. So very similar to what you're seeing here today. Maybe a little bit different players. You know, maybe you get a little bit higher buy-in players.
Yeah, we could see some players who only come out of the woodwork to play the highest of nosebleed stakes. Also, if you like this game, which I really enjoy this game, one of my favorite commentary experiences was in the booth with Donnie and Remco when we did the single draw at the World Series of Poker, and the final 3 were Brad Rubin, Mike Watson, and Jason Mercier. If you want a master class of how to play this game, those 3 players are completely elite when it comes to no limit single draw.
Yeah, and we are very likely to see Jason Mercier in the 100K Super High Roller Bowl mixed tomorrow. He played this event. He cashed in 7th place. He's also been playing the super high stakes cash game going on over in RA. 2,000, 4,000 limits. Actual dollars.
Actual
okay?
dollars.
Actual
yes.
dollars.
3.
This didn't flash, did it? Okay.
So in this game, you used to not be able to just call pre-flop or limp, as we call it. Mickey Dweck did just that. He limped from small blind to big blind, drew 1, makes a 10 against a draw 3 from Sachs. Mickey should bet here almost always with every hand that he gets. You don't even have to go for a big sizing. He does decide to go for a big sizing. 170 into 140.
170.
It's really hard for Sachs to call with a lot of the hands that he does draw 3 with. He knows catching an ace might be good. Dweck would have this sizing if he did pair any of his cards.
Yeah, it's always tricky in a spot like this when you're in the shoes of someone like Sachs here in this position. You know your opponent is likely just going to be firing anything when you're drawing 3 behind. So Sachs does find the discipline to lay it down. Well done by him.
I think if I were in Mickey's shoes and I had a 1 draw, I prefer min raise to just calling, but obviously it worked out for him.
Octopi Poker is the ultimate poker lab for everyone and makes poker study easy for all skill levels. Join for free now or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault. That vault is where you can drill real PGT final table spots. Start improving today. Head on over to octopipoker.ai and get in on the fun.
Yeah, what's more fun than studying? Great hand for Sternheimer here. Yes, he does have a straight draw with a 7, but he will be opening this hand always. This is where it gets interesting when you have less than 20 blinds. I could see arrays of any size. Does come with just over min raise.
I almost did.
Opes with a really nice draw 2 here. I don't suspect he's going to fold very often. Blocking an extra deuce, making it less likely that that card is in Sternheimer's hand. We can see Sternheimer does need a deuce to make his hand the best possible.
2 cards.
1.
Normally in this situation, the small or the big blind call and draw 2 would just check dark, but I love the differentiations that some of the higher stakes players make. Can Ops find a bet with either a bluff or some value after drawing 2 into a 1 draw? I think this hand just goes check, check, and the Queen 8 is going to win.
Check.
Sorry. Anything for the viewers?
Queen?
Queen 7.
No, Queen 8.
Yeah, the hand does go check, check. Sternheimer picks up a much needed pot. Almost back to 1,000,000 chips. Still the shortest stack at the table.
But fighting.
Not in too much danger.
1 more hand, no limit deuce.
What's the next game?
Hold'em limit.
Fun.
Fun.
I think those are 60s, right? Those stacks.
It's 40. These are?
60s.
No, they're. I think they're 50.
Oh, 50s.
So this is. I got like 850.
Yep, thanks. Yep.
Last hand, no limit deuce.
You heard the dealer there. Last hand of this game. So one more hand, no limit hold'em, deuces, seven, single draw, and then we'll be moving over to limit hold'em.
So something that Sachs just said tipped me off to make me believe that he does play in these higher stakes cash games. Mickey Dweck said that he had a prop, which means you have a flush or a full house in your hand dealt. And then Sachs, being dealt 3 jacks, responds to Mickey and goes, I almost had one. So that makes me believe that he had some experience in these higher stakes cash games against players of this caliber.
Well, there you go. I mean, listen, you don't just come out for a 25K 10-game mix and not have some sort of experience, right? I mean,
Maybe you do.
Maybe you do. You never know. Sternheimer here. All in.
Yeah, Ops jammed from the small blind to big blind. Now is in a situation where he's deciding whether to break his queen 10 or to pat with his queen 10. He will be drawing 1 or 0, I would suspect. Sternheimer did call relatively quickly.
One.
What's that?
I do like this break. You're not necessarily a favorite with a queen 10 against a 1 draw, but with a 10, you could.
Any flexibility if we want to take a dinner break or because of the street.
With a 10, you could just realize your equity drawing 1 against a 9-7. The equities are so close here. Who will improve? Can Sternheimer stay alive?
Yeah, I'll just scan it.
You have a 10-7.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
10-7. Sternheimer needs to improve.
French.
4, 5, 6, or 8.
And he's going to catch a 3 here. We're going to watch him sweat it, though.
Oh, he's going to sweat
he got it. Nice.
and see a no across immediately. Oh, no.
So we are going to lose Philip Sternheimer here in 4th place. Sternheimer collects $140,000 in prize money. Gets us down to the final 3. James Obst getting up over $4 million with that elimination.
We're gonna move over. I don't know if we can, but could move.
And we will, of course, see Phil Sternheimer in the $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl mix games that starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
But for now, we lose him from this final table. Aaron Sachs, James Obst, Mickey Dweck are the final 3 players remaining.
Sachs kind of feels like he's hitting a wall. He did just ask the floor if they could have some sort of dinner break because they have been playing all day just to make this final table.
200,000. Not bad.
Could it be
doesn't matter to me. Yeah.
It's about what
he's
he beat me
spending a
4
little
days
time
ago.
in the cash game streets off, you know, not during the tournament?
I think so.
Getting a little tired?
I think so.
I mean, you never know, right?
400,000.
I'm just gonna stack in 70s, guys.
Yeah, so after,
Huh?
I'm just gonna stack in 70s, all right?
Yeah, don't do that,
Just
please.
so you're not sure.
Well, now I don't care. Now it's games.
It does matter more
Okay, sure.
to have your stack being easily countable by your opponents at this point
big
with the big bet games in there, knowing
80?
how much money they could lose.
That's a lot.
Whereas in the limit games, it doesn't really matter that
Just
much.
9 minutes till the break. Is that right?
Yep. We're going to draw at 5.
Yep.
First hand, limit hold'em.
We saw a lot of action in the deuce single draw streets, which makes me happy. We have a different crew here for the final table in the form of these 3 players. People not afraid to gamble.
I think this is bad.
Whoa.
This is an unfamiliar situation.
Yeah, no small blind, nothing really to fight for. Jack 6 off on the button. I don't know. Tight is right.
Yeah, I mean, tight is, I guess, fine.
We will have Chris Vitch confirmed in the booth as I was talking with him earlier for the 100K. He has been running Limit Hold'em Sims on his YouTube channel.
What was your 10?
Oh, okay.
So he would know these spots much better than I would.
I didn't even know Krisovich had a YouTube channel.
He does.
Look at that.
Death Donkey or Death Donkey Coaching, either one should take you to the correct page.
Well, you don't want to know what happens when I type in Death Donkey. Okay, I mean.
Try Death Donkey Coaching. I think it's one word for Death Donkey.
This is riveting commentary.
Yeah, there it is. Opes does find the raise here with the ace in position against the dominated ace of Sachs.
Yeah, Hansky saying, I said they need to color up like 40 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely needs to come in play now for it, James Ops. I'm generally a fan of having a ton of chips on the table, but this is getting quite absurd.
Yeah, this is quite egregious. And we did see that they have those nice, what color do you think they are? Like the pink,
I think
cranberry type
I think
of
they're
type
pink,
of chip?
yeah. Check raise here from Sachs.
What?
Does have the best hand.
You lost a huge hand.
Hops makes the call.
To James in no limit deuce, and then busted in that same round.
Jack of hearts here on the turn.
Way to go.
A little bit of deliberation. I think it's pretty reasonable to bet here. It's hard to make a pair. The Jack might not have helped James as much as you would think.
Check, check. 5 of spades on the river. Another check. Let's see if Ops just takes the ace-high showdown value.
Yeah, there's
He
not
does.
too much value to gain from ace-high.
But he's not going to win at showdown. It's going to be Aaron Sachs taking the win there.
Just think you can trade 100 of those teal blue chips for 1 pink chip. What a deal.
Love it. Three players remaining here in the $25,000 buy-in PGT Mixed Games Championship event, 10-game format. These final 3 players are now guaranteed $196,000 in prize money, $196K for third, $294K for second, and then $462,000 for the winner of this one. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in to watch this show. A little late night poker action from Las Vegas. It's Wednesday night. It's a little bit rainy outside.
How long's the break?
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Last year, this time, it was a hurricane, or we felt the effects of a hurricane outside. Not that bad this time, but not typical Vegas weather.
So you saw James Ops there turn over an ace. They're drawing for hands left in the level, 1 hand. And I will say, I can see Aaron Sachs getting tired on my screen.
Yeah,
like
I
over and over. Which I wonder if that's why he's been kind of just chilling and not really getting involved.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But then again, maybe that's how you wake up. Just start getting in hands.
He does seem a little mentally taxed.
Up to 15.
Okay, thanks.
They did say that they will be going on a 15-minute break. I don't think we will. We'll be here. Oh.
We'll be here.
Mickey has found his favorite hand from earlier.
10-4 spades once again. 3-bet from Dueck out of the big blind against Ops. Ops does raise and then call from the small blind. Jack 8-7 with a couple of diamonds here. Ops checks. Let's see if Dueck wants to continue with that aggression. He does have a gutter. He does.
Yeah, blocking Jack 10, blocking 10-9. You could just win the hand right here if your opponent missed everything. Not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, Ops fires right back with the check raise.
Just a gut shot. One card greater than second pair, and no backdoor flush draw. Still has 28% equity.
5 of hearts on the turn. Now 2 flush draws on board. 2 pair for James Ops. He comes out with a bet.
I wonder if Mickey's thinking about something creative here. We do have the 10. We block the nuts. Maybe there's some world we put in a raise and take down the pot. I think this is showing us the big bet, no limit PLO prowess that's coming through. Whereas mixed game players typically would take more passive lines in a game like Limit Hold'em.
Dueck does call. King of clubs on the river. Check mark to Ops as long as he doesn't fold his hand. And he's going to bet. Now, I wouldn't entirely rule out a raise here from Dueck simply because I feel like he had kind of plans to try and win this one way or the other. So is it going to work? I mean, obviously we can see likely no, but I wouldn't rule out him coming with a raise here.
Yeah, I think this is how he ends up in this spot, is nefarious thoughts on the river. Once again, cannot take 10 high to showdown. Needs to win this pot from aggression. Is it worth 320,000? Decides to give it up.
Did you have it?
Yep.
You said nope?
Yeah, always.
You was what?
Always have.
Always have it.
Dueck does give it up. And with that, these players are going to dip out for a quick break. But we're not going to go on break. We are going to stay right here. And while we do, allow me to tell you guys about our brand new contest over on Splash Sports. It's called the No Gamble, No Future Vegas Madness Contest, and it is offering a chance for you out there to win $50,000 plus a seat to play on No Gamble, No Future. You guys can join the contest now, splashsports.com/NGNF. I'll say that again, splashsports.com/NGNF. And look at this. We're taking a look out here into the main studio room where this is the $12,000 buy-in satellite tournament to the 100K Super High Roller Bowl mixed games. I did see Phil Sternheimer hopped right in there. So he's out there battling. I don't see David ODB Baker. I did see him earlier.
He was in the field.
Yep,
yes,
we see Nick Guagenti out there. So probably at least one seat is being given away, if not more. And here you can see the coverage schedule, or the event schedule, I should say, for the 100K Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Games Tournament. 3 days of coverage. It starts tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 5:30 here on the West Coast. And then as long as we get the field size that we're expecting, which, you know, I very much think that we will, 3 days of coverage. Final table on March 8th at 5 p.m. I see Talal Shakurchi behind there taking his seat.
He was in there earlier. It might just be Bullet 2.
It might be Bullet 2. I mean,
so we
know Talal's got the money, and so, you know, he's blasting away.
He just wants to play some poker. We might be at exactly 2 seats now. The big stack in the front is Maxim Pisarenko.
Yeah, and, you know, we did have a list of players that were, quote-unquote, strong likelihood to participate per Tim Duckworth. That was Brian Rass, Johnny Becker, Matt Ashton, Phil Sternheimer, who we see out here and who just busted 4th place, At our final table, Yuri Zavalevsky, John Racner, Scott Seaver, Dan Zach, Talas Shakurchi, who's out there battling. I see Benny Glazer back there. Benny Glazer also planning to play as well. Max Coleman, Albert Daher, Jason Mercier, Chad Evesledge, Daniel Negreanu, and then Ray Dekargani, also known as Ray D.
And every single one of those players is here right now, either playing cash or has played in some of these tournaments.
You see Sam Sternfield here switching tables in the PGT hat there, the black hat with the gray hoodie. That's David Funkhauser. You see Johnny Becker there with kind of the, I think it's a pink, maybe purple hoodie, red hair. So yeah, this could be a, this could be a really, really good field. If you get all 16 of these players that we have on the strong likelihood to participate list from PGT Commissioner Tim Duckworth, you add, I don't know, 3 or 4 more. There's Dmitry Urbanovich. Looks like he's got a beer in his hand, maybe inquiring about the satellite here. Maybe he wants to get in. Who knows? You got somebody like a David Oppenheim. He played this 25K. Maybe he's firing as well. Eric Wasserson isn't on this list, but he's a really high-stakes mixed game player, so maybe he gets in there. So there's a lot of opportunities.
So you got 4.5? 5?
What do you?
Okay, so we went from the 5Ks and cleared up to the white 100K chips.
Back in action here, they are finishing up this color up. The ARIA tournament staff led by Paul Campbell. Best in the business. Always doing their thing as it helps with our PokerGo Tour events. I see Coin Crazy in the YouTube chat saying, did Shulman make the final table? He did not make the final table in this one.
Yeah.
He's another one, not on the list of names that we have so far, but I could certainly see Shulman. He's had a really good series.
Yeah,
he just had that second place finish in Negreanu yesterday, so could certainly see Shulman firing in that 100K super high roller bowl mixed event. So
with the chip sex anyway.
yeah, tune in tomorrow, guys.
Thank you.
Definitely.
It's hard to know what Phil had, honestly, but whatever.
The satellite is a one-day thing, Stevie. It'll finish today. However many seats are being given up, I would stay posted to @PokerGo Tour on Twitter. PGT Commissioner Tim Duckworth will be letting us know how things go there.
40.
Yeah, limit hold'em.
I could see Chino Ream hopping in. He is the PGT Mixed Games champion, right? It would kind of make sense that the PGT Mixed Games champion, who cashed for well over $300,000, took some of those winnings and fired him into the 100K Super High Roller Bowl Mixed.
It would make sense. I think we'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, and then you might honestly get some people that kind of come out of the woodwork. Like, well, what if a Lyle Berman plays, for example? Like stuff like that. You never know. You really do never know. It's almost like the higher the buy in the tournament, the more surprises you can kind of expect to get, right?
I agree, especially all of these players that were mentioned. Most of them play in the yellow chip games, cash games. So a buy-in for 100K in their cash game is just, if they want to buy in for 100K, it turns into a tournament format instead.
So we're back in action here. Aaron Sachs, James Ops, Mickey Dueck. We're picking right back up with Limit Hold'em. Sachs versus Ops.
Once again, James Ops with the ace-6. Sachs does find a pair. I expect him to go for the check raise on the flop too. Not falling for it is James Opes with a lot of showdown value, ace high and a gut shot.
Opes comes along here. Sachs certainly trying to target a lot of those ace high hands that his opponent has. And look at that, the 5 comes in on the river and Opes makes a straight. Not sure how many 6s Sachs will give to James Opes here.
Especially not ones that check back on the flop.
And he does come with a bet. And there's the raise. Yeah, a lot of those hands that you mentioned that might have a 6 in them, 7-6, 5-6. You know, that sort of stuff is probably always just betting the flop, right? So
Right. So the
it's
ace,
probably just specifically ace-6, and that's it, you know?
ace-6. King-6 probably bets the flop. Ace-6 probably has too much showdown to turn into a bluff.
Sachs is going to pay it off. Ops turns over his ace-6. Shows that straight. Two pair no good for Aaron Sachs. And James Ops is up over 5.5 million. And starting to stretch out a lead here is the Australian. You know, James Ops inquired kind of late about the PGT Mixed Game Series. He hit up our commissioner, Tim Duckworth, you know, about possible places to stay. Hey, where can I work out when I'm here? Tim was doing his thing, really grinding, showing him pictures of the Aria gym. Like, look at how great this Aria gym is. It's big, it's spacious, you got everything in there. And it is really nice, don't get me wrong. It's awesome. You know, but just really trying to entice James Ops to come on over. He comes on over. He plays. He's playing all Mixed Game Series. He has no results at all. But never quit, because it can always happen. And here he is, three-handed.
The 25K is the best satellite to the 100K there is.
Just get unstuck with the final event, right? There's 462K up top. Let's go. Ops comes with a 3-bet here out of the big blind. Dueck opened on the button with King Deuce of Diamonds. Dueck comes along.
Yeah, and I have learned from Death Donkey's YouTube channel that you should be 3-betting a lot more out of the big blind, especially hands like suited connectors, just to balance your range.
Yeah, and that's even translating to no limit hold'em. 6-5 suited does a fair amount of 3-betting, I think, if I remember correctly, from the big blind.
Yeah.
And specifically 6-7 suited is like one of those hands, helps you with board coverage, all that sort of stuff, so you're not just like, you know, a straightforward, predictable player.
Right. And it's putting Dueck in quite a difficult spot. He doesn't have a backdoor flush draw. He has a backdoor straight draw and an over, but it's hard to continue. I'm glad we have someone else at the table showing their hold'em prowess, fighting back against someone who we would expect would just try to run over the table in these games.
Small bet streets, I'm not supposed to. Unless that's different.
The bet there on the flop does win it for James Obst. Stretches out that lead a little further. And now we're switching it over to Badugi.
I'm very happy that we have hole cards for this one. I don't expect there to be much action in Badugi, especially 3-handed, because you are incentivized to play really tight in this game. But with the 3 players left, maybe they get a little out of line. Maybe they're less experienced in such an obscure game that normally only plays in cash format.
Yeah, so Badugi is a draw game. 3 draws in this game. You start with 4 cards. The goal is to make the lowest 4-card hand, but also trying to get a Badugi, and a Badugi means all different suits. So the best hand in this game that you could ultimately make, ace, deuce, 3, 4, all different suits. So that means ace of clubs, deuce of diamonds, 3 of spades, 4 of hearts. Yeah. So that's what you're trying to make here. As Kevin explained on a previous stream, this is oftentimes you kind of want to approach this thinking this is a 3-card game. You know, just like you said with studs, studs like a race to 2 pair. Here you want to try and get the best 3-card Badugi just because it's so hard to make a Badugi, and then you're ultimately going to be playing your best 3-card hand a lot of times.
Right. I believe if you start with any 3 cards that are not suited, the odds of you making a Badugi over 3 draws is less than 50%.
There you go. So
you really do want to choose the lowest 3 cards possible that you can make. You see a lot of people playing hands like ace deuce 3 because it's a lot easier to make a low 3 card than it is to go from a 3 card to a 4 card. And Obst is playing his position here. Sachs with a pretty good pretty good hand. I don't expect him to 3-bet. I expect him to call more often.
Raise.
Does decide to raise. I like it. I like the ace deuce 7 raise. And now James is going to have to draw 2, probably thinking that because Sachs raise, the ace 7 probably isn't good enough, even if he catches a deuce. As we can see, it won't be. Playing in flow. Sachs has bet the first draw without looking at his card.
So Sachs gets the 4 of clubs back.
Okay, so the 9 isn't a good card for James, but in terms of his hand strength versus his opponent's hand strength, it's not that bad of a card. He knows that with the ace 7, it's very unlikely for him to make a better 3 card than what Sachs started with. So Opes is going to draw 1 here to try to make the full 4 card Bedi.
Sachs gets the jack of spades here. Op's got the 6 of diamonds, so
Sachs is kind of in a tough spot. Ace deuce 7 is a pretty good 3 card. A lot of the time you want like ace deuce 6, ace deuce 5 is definitely a bet here. Checking and taking your hand to showdown, I really like it.
Sachs pitches the jack.
And Opes checking back does signify that it will go 1-1. If Opes wanted to stand pat and turn his hand into a bluff, I really would have liked that play. Sachs does make his Bedi, catching the 10, is going to bet, and then Opes is just going to fold after missing his Bedi draw, but very well played by both players.
Bet and a quick fold out of James Opps. And Aaron Sachs here cuts into that chip lead a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Bedi is if you understand that it's a 3-card game, don't be afraid to go for value with good 3 cards. You don't always have to make your Bedi before betting. So if Sachs had, like I said, ace deuce 4, ace deuce 5, ace deuce 6 should all be bets. Maybe ace deuce 7 is where you draw the line to try and get your hand to showdown. But I like the way he played the rest of the hand. This is not a great hand, but 3-handed on the button. Opening this style 3 card does seem pretty reasonable. James Op's going to call and draw 2 to the ace 5, try and make a better 3 card. Mickey will draw 1 to the 7-5-4. If you do open a hand like 7-5-4 with an extra low card that is the same suit as one of your other low cards, you are much more likely to turn your hand into a bluff on future streets. And I wonder if Mickey knows that. Mickey does make a king Bedi, does not need to turn his hand to a bluff, can bet this and pat in position. Pretty good feeling against someone who is still drawing. Opes does need to catch a diamond. Playing in flow, check blind, bet blind. And Opes' decision here. Is our 8 draw good enough? Do we have enough equity to call? We have to call 200K to win 450K. Is there a chance that Mickey is bluffing with something worse than a 3-card 8? I think the overall answer to all of these questions is fold. And James does just that.
So a couple of pots lost now for James Opps in this round of Bedi, but of course still very healthy in chips and leading the way.
Yeah, he's not losing too many chips. in this orbit, with it being a limit game and the stacks being as deep as they are. It hurts a little bit, but he's still fine cruising along.
Thank you.
And like I said earlier, Sachs is playing these games as we see the whole cards the way I would probably play these hands too, which in my mind is the quote-unquote correct way. So it does make me think that he is some sort of higher stakes cash game player. All three options on the table here with this hand, as Opes does decide to raise with the 6-5 draw 2.
Duet coming along. Don't know his hand just yet. He's going to fan it out right here. See if we can pick this up.
Oh, Opes drawing 1 with the Queen 6-5. He has, I think he has some nefarious thoughts in his mind. He's not, I mean, he's hoping to make a Bedi, but he might turn his hand into a bluff on future streets because you don't want to get to showdown with a 3-card queen. He does improve to a 3-card 7, which is very often good in this spot after blind versus blind 1-1 draw.
Sorry.
Mickey is going to come along, so our nefarious thoughts have now turned into a little bit of value. Unless the card reader's wrong, he does decide to pat with an incomplete Bedi. And this was his plan all along from the beginning. Make your opponent think that you have a Bedi and fold to the aggression. Dueck just doesn't have the hand here to continue.
Dueck left with a 3-card 10.
And this is how you know someone is truly skilled at Bedi, is they're making this type of play. They're taking a line, they're sticking to it right from the start, even if things change.
Raise 2 bets.
Wow.
Dueck fights right back with a raise here.
This is insane. What a play.
And he gets it through. Look at that from Mickey Dueck.
He goes, look, man, I can play Bedi too. Wow, what a play. That is intense. I mean, you have to be super skilled to make that sort of read and make that sort of play. Very, very well done.
Yeah, that's one of the best traits of Mickey Dueck, and it's not just here in the mixed games. It's in all the stuff that we see him, you know, most notably during the PLO series. It's just that he's not gun shy in the slightest. He's young, he's aggressive, he's willing to get after it, and you see it. You know, maybe some players might have the thoughts there and just ultimately not pull the trigger, right? But he says, no, I'm pulling the trigger.
And then when you get to showdown, you're like, oh, well, this would have worked. I wish I would have done that. No, Mickey's just pulling the trigger, making it work. Absolute monster here for James Opes. No nefarious thoughts in his mind with this one. He is going to
Raise 2 bets.
raise it up and go for as much value as he can with the ace-deuce-5.
Sachs comes along here. Gonna draw 2. Opes goes with 1. Opes has one of those great 3-card hands that Kevin mentioned, ace-deuce-5.
Okay, Sachs catches enough here to continue with the deuce-3. He has turned his hand from a 3-7 into a deuce-3, which is much more likely to win at showdown if he catches a low card, say an ace-4 or 5. We can see the 5 is no good.
Check.
He is attempting to turn his hand into a 3-card, and he does just that with ace-deuce-3, the best 3-card you can imagine. James Opes does have to improve his hand. 6 of diamonds sliding in for Sachs is the card that James Opes is looking for. I would be very impressed with a raise here from Sachs, even with just the ace-deuce-3.
Well, it's coming.
Wow.
There it is.
These guys are good, man. I don't want to play Bedi against these guys. It's so easy to sit here while looking at the card saying what they could do. or how they're thinking, but man, when they actually pull the trigger, this is impressive stuff. And if James doesn't improve, he can be pretty certain that his ace deuce 5 monster hand to start with is no good.
1 and 1. Sachs gets the 7 of spades here and makes a 7 Bedougie. Alps gets the queen of spades.
This is crazy. That's such a good outcome for Sachs, considering he started with the 3 of clubs and the 7 of diamonds. He's just
Sachs does bet here.
Such good cards, and Opes facing the raise on the previous draw does not feel good about his ace deuce 5. He's trying to think, is there a world where I beat ace 3-5, ace 4-5, ace 5-6 type hands? It does only cost him 200K to win a pot of 1.65 million, but are we good enough that percentage of the time to call? I think he's going to land on call. Your hand is just so good in a vacuum. We're going to get shown the bad news. Replaying the hand in his head, trying to think if there were pots they've played from the last couple of days together. Wow, that's a really
He does
good
make
fold.
the fold. Well done there from James Obst.
I mean, obviously Sachs got much luckier with the deck in that hand, but both players played that hand absolutely perfectly.
Seen some great stuff so far in this round of Bedougie from all 3 of these players.
You know, unfortunately, James Oakes on the wrong end of all of these collisions.
Yeah, and that hand, you know, 2 hands ago against Dueck, it wasn't that Ops did anything wrong, as you were talking about throughout the hand. You know, he had a plan, he stuck to it. It just came down to essentially he got outplayed. Like,
yeah,
there's nothing
exactly.
that he could do, you know?
It's so hard to play.
You played your hand as well as you could. Your opponent just decided to go 1 level higher.
Yeah, it's so hard to play these games out of position, too. Mickey is dealt a pat queen Bedougie, which means he will not be taking any cards. We'll see if any of the other 2 players want to continue.
Ops here in the big blind.
So the average dealt pat Bedougie is around a jack. So Obst, after he draws 1 with his ace 9-8, actually kind of feels good about his hand. He no longer knows that he needs to go for the best 3 card. He needs to go for the best 4 card, because Dueck's hand is most likely worse than the 9-8 ace that you're drawing to, but he decides out of position, does not want to put any more money into this pot.
Yeah, and he knows that Dueck is never, you know, you're never patting a hand there that's not a Bedougie. It's always a Bedougie, right?
It could be.
I mean, the majority of the time.
The majority of the time, yeah. We did see Dueck find a raise with a hand that was a 3-card 10 earlier and did win the pot. So maybe Mickey has more Bedougie chops than his opponents give him credit for.
Bring in the quarter.
Harry asking, how significant is ICM in these kind of limit games compared to no limit hold'em? Well, I mean, first of all, no limit hold'em's in the mix, as is pot limit Omaha, as is no limit deuce to 7 single draw. So there are some big bet elements to it that get mixed in. I mean, ICM is important, yes, but like these guys are so deep right now still. Now, we've talked about this on other streams where you can see the numbers at the top of your screen. You can say, oh, well, Dueck only has 11 big bets. That's not the same as 11 big blinds. As Kevin pointed out, you know, the 10 big blind threshold that you often see in the big bet games, that's more like, let's say, 3 big bets in the limit games. So just know that these guys are still fairly deep. So you're not really looking at Dueck as like he's like a severe short stack and there's a lot of ICM. But of course, there is always ICM pressure. I mean, the pay jumps are big, right?
Okay, so we had a conversation earlier. Do you ever just complete instead of bring it in?
Yeah.
James Opes just completed instead of bringing it in. He had a 7 up with a queen and a 4 in the hole. His opponents both had cards that were not low cards. So he was saying, look, boys, I'm going to take it right here. I have the only 3 low cards on the table. If you don't have anything, say a big pair, I'm just going to win it right here and not let you try to steal from me when I can't contest you. We did see that Sachs woke up with a pair of kings and raised the completion, but James Opes did go against the norm and find the complete instead of the bring-in. Very, very heads-up play, and like I said, niche situation of where you would deviate from the normal play.
And then I would guess I would just say, you know, specific to the ICM stuff that we were just talking about, the shorter they get, you know, the more conservative some players are going to get in certain spots, so just keep that in mind. Also, when these players are this deep, when we do get to a big bet game, probably not going to see them just go absolutely crazy, right? You know, because there's just so much value in these stacks, and you don't want to take that value and just completely blow it up.
Yeah.
You just don't want to do that. So, you know, just keep that in mind.
If
Now,
you
something
want-
very extreme was like yesterday,
That's what
where
I was just gonna
Daniel had
say.
such that big chip lead, and everyone else had like 2-3 big bets.
Yep.
So then it was like, okay, how many hands can I fold, and will this person be forced all in before me? So then you get this whole like thing where it's like, okay, I'm really just going to lock in and essentially fold to make money, because folding makes money in that sort of spot.
Right. That's basically the gist of ICM is I can fold and make more money. And yesterday was pretty much a masterclass of ICM,
Said Nate.
and then Daniel Negreanu on the opposite side of just being the punisher.
Complete.
Opes with the bring in here with the 7. Mickey completing with the ace. Opes raising with the pair of 7s, knowing that Mickey's range could be very wide, containing an ace. Not necessarily 3 low cards.
Ace of spades.
Great card for James in the form of an ace. Worst card in the deck for Mickey Dweck in the form of a 9.
Yeah, stud high low 8 or better. 9s, you know, you really don't want to see them. They're the lowest of the high cards, and then they disqualify for the low.
All right, so as we talked about earlier in Omaha High, right, playing ace deuce, as you get shorter handed in stud high, there's always a high hand, and there's not necessarily always a low hand. So the high hand values, when it gets shorter handed, go way up in value, and the low hands, yes, they're still good, but they go down in value. And James just continues to run out a crazy good board. Pairing his aces, and Mickey gives it up. Even though he is drawing to a low, he doesn't want to commit the extra 200,000 to try and make his low on 7th Street, knowing that James could be drawing to a better low.
Dweck does fold there to the bet from James Ops. Ops back up over 4 million.
Yeah, after that Badugi round, he was on the wrong side of a bunch of hands, but much needed pickup here. We can see here Sachs with the bring in with the deuce. Doesn't look at his cards. Just brings it in, which is normal playing in flow. Mickey completes with the ace up. Does Sachs want to contest with his pair of deuces and a 7 facing the ace? I think all 3 options are on the table. Honestly, we could play our hand fast. We could just take another card, you know, catch bad and fold like here.
Well, he gets a 10. Dweck gets deuce, and Dweck's going to continue. Sachs with a quick fold. Do you want to bring up that next up in the rotation is Pot Limit Omaha, which is Mickey Dweck's bread and butter. So Be interested to see how he proceeds when we get to that round. He is the shortest stack of these 3 players. But we know Dueck is very, very good when it comes to PLO. He has already shown during some of the other big bet games that he is very capable of getting after it. So
yeah, I would suspect that Mickey Dueck being 40 big blinds deep in a pot limit Omaha tournament this late in stage is just the most comfortable human being you could imagine.
for now, still a couple hands left of stud, high, low. Nice one here for Sachs. He's going to bring it in.
We can note the up cards of the other 2 players being a 9 and an 8. Sachs could potentially do what James Opes just did, look at his cards and then decide if he wants to bring it in for the complete amount.
Opes calls. So here we go to 4th. Queen for Sachs, 10 for Opes, and it's also a 3rd club for Opes.
I like this fold from Sachs. Even though you have 3 to a straight, 3 to a low, the queen is just such a bad card. You don't really want to call 100K to win 225K, and then call more on future streets.
From Sydney, James, or Melbourne?
Melbourne, yeah. Adelaide originally.
How long's that flight?
Oh, okay.
20?
I wasn't sure. I assumed
that's
that was
about 20.
big bet streets, but that sounds good.
You ever been down?
Okay, no
I
problem.
haven't. It's
Thank
a
you.
bucket list.
Next year, wasn't it?
Yeah. I feel like every Aussie Open, my girl and I are always just, why don't we go? Why don't we go? Hasn't happened yet. I don't know. 2026.
I'd have a good excuse.
Yeah.
Deuce of spades. Complete.
Very good start here for James. Sachs is incentivized to raise all of his aces here. Attempt to steal this pot. James does come with the raise.
King for Sachs on 4th, 7 for Opes. Opes has continued to pull some nice cards as his boards run out, and he does bet here.
Yeah, Sachs could call. It's only 100,000 to win 575. He could turn his hand into a high only type of hand, but Opes after raising on 3rd Street just signifies so much strength, and the 7 just has to be such a good card for him.
10 seconds.
I actually really like how disciplined Sachs has played this round of stud 8 or better.
Gets out of the way there. James Opes takes the pot.
45, 50,
All right, all your questions will be answered.
Here we go. Pot limit Omaha, baby. I just remember when there was 2 tables left being out in the main room and they were playing hand for hand going back and forth. They were either on the bubble or soft bubble, but all the players, they like would know. They're like, yeah, when we get to pot limit Omaha, like they'd look at Mickey and be like, you're gonna basically crush us.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
so I mean, like everyone's kind of aware that that's his game and this is what he does. So let's see if he starts getting after it here. Blinds are 25K, 50K.
I just got a message from, I would say like 75% reliable source that Aaron Katz is planning on playing the 100K.
Love it. Well, he came out for the 100K super high rollerball PLO.
Yes.
Remember that? And I
Yep.
think he got 3rd. He definitely made the final table. I can't remember how deep he went, but you know, he's one of those guys, super high stakes cash game player. You never really see him unless the buy-in is high enough.
Right.
So that would be great. I mean, he's a name that certainly I could see popping in there. All right, so first hand here of PLO Opst limped in against Dueck, who checked back And it's just going to be a bet and a fold. Ops flopping trips there.
You got it.
So I am looking on the Bravo app right now, and it looks like we have 15 entries in the satellite.
Okay.
Okay, so
Basically 2 seats.
basically 2 seats is right.
I'm sure whoever comes in second place can find an extra 13K.
150.
Mickey raising it up, pretty strong hand in the small blind. Suited ace king with a 9-8. Sacks with a king Badoogie, not a good hand.
And I believe that satellite is on the reg closing break right now. So
Anyone from any of those games want to
I'll
jump
say
in?
10 minutes. You know, we'll know the final numbers, and we'll be able to relay them to you guys in terms of what we're looking at there. But it's looking like for sure, obviously 1 seat for sure, if not 2 seats if we get a late entry.
Yeah,
in
you'll
there, which is
probably
great.
get someone from the yellow chip game, maybe someone who gave a seat up because there were names on the list the last time we checked.
What
Someone
is
just comes in fired.
for the people? What's yellow chip game mean?
Yellow chip game means you bet with $1,000 chips.
Yeah, the yellow chips that are the 1Ks. Earlier you were talking to me about the black chip game. Black chips are the $100 chips.
Right, so they're playing 300, 600 with all black chips, or you could play the 2,000, 4,000 with all yellow chips.
Dueck here on the button, comes in with the raise, ace, queen, 10-6. Sachs makes the call from the small blind. Action now on James Ops. He calls, and here we go. Ace, 8-3.
Good flop for James.
Ops flops middle set. He's also the only player to have clubs in this hand. Both of his opponents flop top pair, queen kicker. You rarely see equities like this in PLO. 91% 3 ways.
Yeah, and that's not even including that Sachs and Dueck have a chance to chop it. They don't.
So Dueck does continue here.
All right, James. Put him to the test. See if Mickey wants to play for a stack. There's just so many turn cards that become action killers. You can't really rely on Mickey to bet the turn without improving.
There is the raise. That looks like 575 from James Ops.
Yeah, he goes for a pretty small sizing. I mean, his hand definitely warrants this.
And Dueck just knows his hand is not that good, so he gets out of the way. Action back over here to Aaron Sachs. And that's a fold from Sachs. And James Ops takes that one down.
It's 91% equity on the flop in PLO 3 ways. You have to have something monstrous and your opponents just have to have nothing.
There's a quarter there.
One of his orders from his ante roll on top here. Thank you.
Nothing on the button for Sachs. Previous orbit, we saw James limp.
Option.
He definitely decides to do it again. Dweck, absolutely nothing in the big blind.
Heads up.
Happy to take a cheap flop.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you, sir. King 8-5 here, rainbow. Pair of 8s for Dweck, but not really much for either player.
That's the card that James wanted. Exactly a 7 on the turn. Doesn't look like he's going to get much value from this unless Mickey decides now he wants to turn his hand into a bluff. He doesn't have a 6. He doesn't have a 9. Doesn't have a 4. Any of the straight blockers. Probably just taking his hand to showdown. Hoping his pair of 8s and now pair of 8s and 3s are good.
That's right.
Check, check. Opes announces a straight. And that's going to win it for him. You know, we talked about it being Mickey Dweck's game when it gets to PLO. It's been all James Opes.
Yeah.
He's been the one winning the PLO. Uh-oh.
Flop a set and a flush draw. You turn a straight. I mean, sometimes the deck just favors you in these specific games. I feel like we're getting close to Raz. Let's play some Raz. When does that come up?
Good question. Well, after this, we got deuces, 7 triple draw, then we have Raz.
Okay, good. We're getting
And that'll
close.
be, well, once we get through this game, I think we'll have made a full rotation. Because we started on deuces, 7 triple draw
Yes.
for a couple hands. So.
Yes, we did.
Limp here from Dweck, ace, king, 5, deuce.
Actually, kind of interesting that Dweck wants to keep the stacks as deep as possible with his suited ace and king. The deuce and the 5 in his hand aren't great.
I thought we might see a limp re-raise.
You could
know,
definitely justify it.
kind of
with
leveraging the ace king
king
as the blockers there.
Right. Maybe the deuce and the 5 are just so bad for your hand that it's not worth doing anything except for limp calling.
Jack 8-3 here with a couple of spades.
10 seconds.
Sachs with a very high equity hand in terms of winning this one at showdown. 80% to 20% for Dweck. Check, check here. Ace of spades on the turn, and then just take those equities and flip them. 70% now for Dweck. 30% now for Sachs.
Yeah, neither player. I mean, Mickey has the king of spades, which is the blocker to the nut flush on the turn. I think both players probably just want to take their hand to showdown. Sachs can realize his equity by checking and seeing a river card.
Check, check. Queen of hearts on the river. Dweck has the check mark here.
Yeah, Mickey wants to take his ace-king to showdown. He could conceivably bet the king of spades double blocks both Broadway and the nut flush. I think Sachs is pretty incentivized to bet here. He has a king blocking Broadway and he has a 9 blocking the queen high straight.
10 seconds.
175.
Yeah, I really like this bet. Probably can't win at showdown with just a pair of 8s. We have some blocker potential. We have some fold equity. But Mickey could turn his hand into a bluff here. if he deems the ace isn't good enough. Isn't poker great when you just have all 3 options on the table?
Oh yes.
You can fold, you can call, or you can raise. There's reasonings for all 3 of them. Just top tier coaching here. Do whatever you want. It's all good.
Look at that. Dueck does give it up. Sachs gets that one through. Well done by him. Sachs has played extremely well. All final table. He came into this final table as the chip leader. He has maintained one of the top stacks throughout. He's had to make some disciplined folds at time, which he has done correctly. There, correctly finding a bluff to get through against Mickey Dueck. Well done by him. I see some chatter over in the YouTube chat about where to watch Mixed Games Cash. Somebody did point out Dolly's game on PokerGo, which you guys can definitely go check that out. I also think, I mean, listen, don't hold me to this, but I think our new show Cash Flow that is premiering this month on PokerGo, you have to be a PokerGo subscriber to watch it. There are plans to get Crazy Mike's game in the mix.
I have heard that, yes.
Crazy Mike's game, which regularly takes place.
I forgot the dealers have name tags.
I think it's at Bellagio, right?
It does. It does.
But
play
yeah.
at Bellagio now. Yes. It'd be fun to get the old school legends. I know Elliot Leisure plays in that game. Jen Harmon plays in that game. We saw some players from these final tables or previous PGT final tables.
Yep.
David Funkhauser, Patrick Leonard. Lots of very well-known players play in Crazy Mike's game, so we can get a pretty good lineup if that rumor does come true.
Yeah, I know Crazy Mike, aka Mike Thorpe, is his real name, but he's been bugging Maury Escandani to make it happen. So maybe we'll make that happen. But yeah, Cash Flow is premiering on PokerGo March 13th, I believe is the premiere date. Check that out if you are a PokerGo subscriber. If you're not already a PokerGo subscriber, I don't really know what you're waiting for, because the WSOP schedule has been announced, and you might as well get in there now. Lock it up and have full access to everything. Currently airing new seasons of High Stakes Poker, new seasons of No Gamble, No Future.
Yeah, Crazy Mike would be very entertaining. He is the clinical definition of main character syndrome.
Switching it up now, we are on limit deuce to 7 triple draw. 100K, 200K are the limits. This game can get a little bit bloody.
Can I just run and pee real quick or no?
Yes, it definitely takes some specific hands to get bloody, but I've said that for other games too, and that has come to fruition that we've seen some very, very large pots.
So a little pause in the action here. Aaron Sachs there,
Are we waiting?
running to the restroom right now.
Yes, 75, 125.
We're waiting for him? I'm going to go to the
Yeah,
bathroom
why
if
not?
that's okay.
I mean, there's only 3 players left. Just wait. No big deal. While the players take a quick break, allow us to tell you about the PGT Championship, the PGT $1 Million Championship. Top 40 eligible players on the season-long leaderboard will qualify for that championship. The $1 Million prize pool is a free roll for those players. Starting stacks are based on leaderboard position. And you out there, our viewers, can win a seat, a dream seat, to play in the PGT $1 Million Championship. PGT.com/dream-seat, where you can see all the different ways that you can qualify. This $1 Million Championship event happens at the end of the season. It'll be either in December or January, depending on when we end the PGT season. Last year, it was Jeremy Osmus who topped the PGT Championship field, walking away with a $500,000 prize. He topped Nick Schulman in heads-up play, and that could be you. Probably right around 50 players will be playing in the PGT $1 Million Championship, so if you are able to win one of those dream seats, you have a really, really good shot at winning some money, possibly some life-changing money. Still three-handed here in the $25,000 buy-in PGT Championship, or sorry, PGT Mixed Games 10-game championship. Got my tournaments confused. Final three players guaranteed $196,000. Second place $294,000. And first place is $462,000. If you're looking for some poker, I encourage you to head on over to playpokergo.com. It's where you can find fun and free, emphasis on free online poker. Deal yourself in now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. So you can get your fix via all your favorite devices. Again, that's playpokergo.com.
I guess that's just normal though.
All right, three left. James Ops, the chip leader. You got Aaron Sachs here. You got Mickey Dueck here. And we're battling for a $462,000 first place prize. My name is Donnie Peters. I got Kevin Gerhart, a 4-time WSOP Gold bracelet winner, alongside of me. For those of you tuning in on YouTube, we appreciate you guys. The only thing I ask for is you hit the thumbs up. You subscribe to the channel. Please, pretty please.
I talked to my mom after the show yesterday, and she goes, I've watched every day. I've hit the thumbs up button.
Yeah, well, Kevin's mom, you need to hit it more. Like, you need to, like, create accounts, you know.
I got 2 younger brothers.
Get everyone in the family, get on the horn.
Right.
You know, if they're unwilling to create accounts, you create accounts for them. That's how we got to make this work.
I think my mom's parents have watched a little bit of this.
That's right. Let's go.
They don't know what's going on, but who does?
Christy Armad, I see you out there. Thank you for all the help that you do, of course. Let's do a round of where's everyone watching from? Huh? I mean, we haven't done that today yet, so let us know where you're watching from, where you're tuning in from. I'm sure we have a global audience here, but let's check it out. I saw an incredible one earlier from Bangladesh. I see you, homie. All right, so Kevin, on that satellite, 17 entries.
That's fantastic.
Which means it was 1 and 8 get a seat, so we got 2 seats.
All right.
Let's go. 2 seats from the 12K satellite into tomorrow's 100K Super High Roller Bowl mix. You absolutely love to see it. Biggest buy-in mixed games tournament ever. First of its kind.
I'm liking the over on 20.5.
I mean, it's been like 2 weeks straight of mixed games. If you like mixed games, I mean, you've been in heaven for these 2 weeks.
I have been. I get to watch some of the best players in the world play some high-stakes games and try to think what they're thinking. What could be better?
We got Seoul. We have, unfortunately, New Jersey. I mean, I've driven through New Jersey. I hear you. Tennessee, Detroit, Oregon, New Zealand, Bermuda, Los Angeles, Brisbane. Rooting for his fellow Aussie, Chandler, Arizona.
What time is it in Brisbane?
Yeah, good question. Jace, let us know what time it is in Brisbane. We got Cape Cod. We got Columbia. Brian Grayson said, I can't wait for the first week of the WSOP Stud and Dealer's Choice. At the WSOP this summer, there are 30 events that qualify for the PGT. 100 events on the live WSOP schedule this year.
10 seconds.
They've had some great additions.
A couple of mixed game 10Ks. I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a great summer. That's all I'm gonna say. It's gonna be a great summer.
Well, we got a collision forming here. I don't hate a 3-bet. I don't hate a call. Sacks, deuce 4-7, very strong 2-card draw. James Ope 7-6-3, not as strong, but gets to play in position. Very important in deuce 7 triple draw, as it is in most games that contain a button.
Both players drawing 2. Sacks just gonna get all the pairs here. Gets another 7 and a 4. Not what he wanted to see. Ops has a pair of 3s in his hand.
I think it should go check here. Neither player improving their hand significantly.
Does go check. Another 2 for Sacks.
Always keep the Bedugi no matter what. Just in case you're playing Bedusi, you want to have the 2-4-7 offsuit. And you don't want to make a flush.
Opes picks 2 as well. Both players get a king back. Check from Sacks.
Yeah, and Opes catches his best card being the deuce of hearts. I think he is just going to win this one right here. Not really worth calling 250K into 825 to draw to the 10 or draw 2 to the 7. Tricky spot out of position. We've seen him play quite disciplined up to this point. I think he's just going to let it go.
He does let it go, and James Opes takes that one. Checking in on our guy Jace here. He says it's 3 p.m. Thursday. He said we have a cyclone inbound, the first in 70 years. Jace, stay safe, buddy.
(3 p.m. Thursday. So it's, what, 9 o'clock on Wednesday here. He's from the future.
He is from the future. Hey, Jace, who wins? Can you just let us know who wins the tournament?
What are the lottery numbers for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Big hands.
Oh, very strong hand for James Opes, but does get a walk in the big blind. Yeah, it looks like this game is over, and we are on to Raz.
Your favorite, Raz. Is Raz your favorite? I mean, is that why you want to see it play, or you just want to see like the,
I like
the
Raz
blood
because
of
there's
it?
a lot of blood.
Yeah.
I also think it is one of my favorite games to play. I think PLO tournaments are my favorite thing to play currently. But Raz was my first bracelet, and I do like the game quite a bit. Mickey completing here as a steal. Sacks nothing to do. James nothing to do. Mickey just picking up the bring in the antes.
Yeah, Dueck's got some work to do now. His stack has dwindled a little bit. The limits are getting larger, so he's gonna have to, I don't know, start bluffing his way to hands, start making some hands, whatever he's got to do.
Yeah, he still has 7 bets, which is plenty. Definitely can withstand losing at least one reasonably sized pot. Like I said, when it gets shorter handed, aggression tends to win, and we're just looking for 2 hands that are wanting to collide, that are willing to put in a bunch of chips.
Complete.
Mickey back at it again. Does Sachs have anything to fight with? No. Kill pot.
What if they implemented kill pots in tournaments?
That'd be really interesting. I don't think it would work very well because there's multiple tables and one table would just be playing so much higher than the other table.
But you're only playing higher for like one hand,
That's
and then
true.
it could go back.
That is true. It's interesting. For those listening at home, a kill pot is where someone wins either a certain amount of chips or wins 2 pots in a row. The limits increase by 1.5 to 2x for the next hand, just to create more action.
I used to play a lot of like Omaha high-low kill, like low-limit stuff, like 8-16.
Yeah.
People would get so mad when like the kill was on. Because like, they don't want to play bigger
for that much, yeah.
You know, and like sometimes in some of the games at the various venues, you know, it's like you said, based on pots. Like you win $200 pot or whatever, you have to. And I would break it down. Like I'd be like, nope, it's 201. We're kill.
We're doing it.
Let's go.
Very close in equities here. James drawing to a jack, Dweck drawing to a 10. But we can see the low cards, being the 7, 6, 3 from James, do give him the slight edge because there are still 3 cards to come.
Jack of spades.
Mickey comes along, 60% equity. Still drawing to a 10. Unfortunately, there's just nothing more we can do with a 10 and a 9 in the hole. Okay, now Dweck is kind of short, kind of in the danger zone, just under 4 big bets. He has enough chips to play one more hand of Raz to completion if he wants to.
I'm gonna pull a Chino, just randomly. How you guys doing?
What'd you say?
How you guys doing? You doing good?
Sounds like Phil Sternheimer. It is Phil Sternheimer.
He's pulling a Chino.
You know that if whoever wins this has to play the 100K. No excuses.
I'm not going to play it.
I hope you don't win.
Wow.
Tell us how you really feel. I don't know, man. You battled how many entries in this tournament? 55, 65?
56.
56? You've battled 56 of the best players in the world for 25K. Why don't you want to battle 20 of the even better players in the world for 100K? Everyone is guaranteed $196,000 at this point for finishing in the top 3. That is well and away enough to play at least one bullet. Maybe if you want to fire a second one, find another 4K somewhere.
I'll be feeling good enough to want to do it. It's been a long week and a half.
Yeah, you're on the list. You have to play.
But
No
it's
excuses.
even registered day too, so.
50.
What about you?
Complete.
Yeah, but you heard James Opes there saying that he might be feeling a little tired, maybe not up to it, but as he also kind of hinted at there, long late registration.
Yeah.
You can register until 1 p.m. on day 2. So the start of day 2, I think that is.
Yeah, I think if we see maybe a couple bust outs, we'll get some more re-entries on day 2, or maybe you know, like a David Oppenheim or a Lyle Berman would just wake up and wanna battle for 100K and show up on day 2. You know, maybe we'll get 12 to start on day 1.
All right, picking up the action here on 5th, playing Raz. Dueck versus Sachs. Sachs brought it in. Dueck completed. Sachs called. On 4th, Dueck bet. Sachs called. On 5th, here, Dueck checks. Looks like Sachs is going to bet. Yes, he does.
Yeah, Dueck had a hand that was worth a steal on 3rd Street. Caught okay cards, couldn't get his opponent to fold, and with how short he is in chips, decided that he needed to give it up, protect his tournament life.
No. I barely played this. I came here after like a week and a half of skiing and played a cash game with that guy and got killed. And
Oh, you're fresher than ever.
yeah, I need to go sleep for a month.
I could see that.
It's hard work going wire to wire.
So we have a 1 in 3 chance. The other ones are hard pass, no thank you to the 100K.
I mean, I'll never say never with poker players. I mean, you got poker players that have retired and then they come back the next year. It's, you know, they're always bluffing. So.
Yes.
Catalyst in poker.
Is that Mickey saying yes with the no limit hold'em? He is quite short at this point, only 800K. That is 11 big blinds.
That's right.
No limit, Texas Hold'em. Everyone knows how to play this game, right?
You got it.
Kind of have an awkward situation where it's 250K as the big bet, and you can't divide 250K by 4. So they are playing with a 75K big blind and a 75 big blind ante, which makes it so that your stack is just a little bit shorter than it would be, say, if the big bet was 300K.
Heads up.
Oh, I'm fucking steamed.
Queen 6-3 here with a couple of diamonds. Both players connecting with top pair. Opes with the best of it with his king kicker.
They wouldn't give me a hard time if I wanted to get some cash for it, right?
150.
They wouldn't give me a hard time if I said, like, give me like 50 in cash and the rest in chips or something.
They can only do that at the main cage, but yeah, it was no problem to get cash.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we don't carry cash here. This is for you guys to see. Yeah, you just basically tell them how.
And this is also a spot, you know, going back to, I believe it was Harry in the YouTube
And
chat who
when I
talked
leave,
about the ICM
like
stuff
when I
where,
leave money for you guys, do the
you know,
camera
maybe
cancel
Opes
for
3
the
bets
fee?
this hand at kind of a different situation
okay.
or a different juncture of the
You,
tournament.
like ran to his car and got me.
Yeah,
something.
definitely.
But here, him and Katz are so deep, and not that Dueck is like super short, but
Yeah.
he's still short enough
can't
that
just go up to him and give him
I don't
the
think
money.
Opes wants to necessarily play a really big bloated pot out of position. You know, yes, King Queen has some good properties,
also
and it's
here,
a
I
pretty
guess,
good hand in and of itself, especially
also here.
three-handed. But just kind of taking that conservative approach and not wanting to go too nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And they're showing why the big bet games just play so much smaller later on in the tournament. ICM pressure just so much more in the big bet games than in the limit games.
Opes check called, 150,000 on the flop, turn 2 pair, check. Now let's see if Opes hunts for some value here, and if he does, what's his sizing going to be?
850.
Yeah, he's going to go big because
850.
he would have this sizing with missed diamonds. Sachs doesn't have a diamond in his hand.
Yeah, look, it's a tough spot here for Aaron Sachs, and
You're
you can
not
tell by
bluffing
his
these
mannerisms that he knows it.
Yeah, we can beat all diamond combinations
Feels
except
like
for
so much
King Jack of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds.
10 seconds.
And once again, with the no limit streets, you get the good news of when you bet big on the river, your opponent is never raising you.
Yeah, and Sachs might also be thinking, well, there's probably at least some time that he 3-bets King Queen.
Somebody would have told me I'll come
Right.
in third place at the start today.
And then is he taking this sort of
Right,
sizing with Queen Jack? Probably not going to
I'm
get
not
this
really
greedy here. So this
I
is
mean,
a
I am
really
upset,
tough
but I'm not
spot
that upset.
for
10
Sachs.
seconds.
Yeah, there's a lot of combinations of missed diamonds, and we can beat so many different hands that James might have in this spot. You expect all ace, king, ace, queen type hands to 3-bet. King, queen may be the hand that calls more often than not.
It feels like I can't fold this.
Maybe you 3-bet the king, queen suited more often than the king, queen offsuit. Eliminates some combos there.
Oh, what if you just had sevens?
Sevens might want to get to showdown or turn his hand into a bluff.
How much? 850?
850 is the wager.
He does call it off. Opes shows the 2-pair. Sachs's hand goes into the muck, and that is a big pot in favor of James Opes, who stretches out his biggest lead so far here at the final table. A slight overbet there on the river from James Opes. 850 into 800,000.
Right.
Long deliberation from Aaron Sachs. Ultimately paid it off.
275.
Can't really fault him given the situation. I mean, there are a lot of bluffs there that Opes could have. Opes is, of course, a very capable player that can find all the bluffs.
Right.
So not a fun spot for Cats.
And we see there, for the pot size to get that big,
Sachs, I
it
should
takes
say.
something special. Whereas if you were playing a Raz pot or a stud high pot, the pot would be that size if every street was bet. So it takes a lot more in these big bet games for the pots to grow as big as it just did.
10 seconds.
So you see James Opes up to 6.8 million.
Yeah, Dweck lost 150K of his stack in the last hand, folding out of the big blind.
Couple of 8s here. And Dweck is all in.
Easy jam and
How
a
much? 150.
snap fold, I would assume.
And not sure 9-5 off makes it in here.
For 9 blinds.
4 blinds.
He's thinking about it wrong.
He said 4 blinds. So is it because he's
Sev-
counting the 150 his 75 twice?
Maybe it could be, but it's only 75 as the big blind. Yeah, that's a
Sachs does give it up. Wonder if that's a result of the fatigue he's kind of been exhibiting, you know, like just
Yeah. Completely agree. Just don't think the 9-5 off is getting it done too often. James with almost a 2-1 lead over second place.
Oh,
All in.
Dweck all in once again, this time King 7 of clubs from the button.
The 9-5 again. picking up 200K. Remember, 200K isn't even one big bet, but it's still sizable compared to the stack that he currently has.
Thank you.
All in.
All in the mouse.
13 blinds.
I think I'm supposed to call this, but I don't fucking know.
Dueck says he doesn't effing know and then calls. Here we go.
Huh?
Mickey Dueck. And I think James Opes gave him the nod like, yeah, you should call there.
And he said good luck, so let's see. Running out. Basically a coin flip situation.
This could potentially get us to heads up play here. If James Opes is able to find something with his queen 9, we'll be down to the final 2. If not, Mickey Dueck doubles up. Jack 10-6. Plenty to sweat there for Mickey Dueck. 13 outs for James Opes. 6 of diamonds on the turn, keeps it clean. Another board pair would be good for Dueck. Still 13 outs for James Opes. The king of spades on the river delivers a straight to James Opes, and we are going to lose Mickey Dueck in 3rd place. He collects $196,000 in prize money. A great run from him, and I would anticipate a very bright future for Mickey Dueck in mixed games.
Man,
he played
if you don't
very
do that
well
king
today
queen
and
O
throughout
there,
the
my
entire
call
tournament.
Might be a problem. Big problem.
And here we have James Opes on your right, chip leader, entering heads-up play against Aaron Sachs. Right around a 2-1 chip lead in favor of the Australian.
Yeah, natural position of the button. There's a great situation where he runs the big blind twice. It was a natural small blind, big blind. So yeah, button progresses is normal. Small.
Can we move it so like we can naturally face each other? You know? Or no? It's fine. I don't care. I'm gonna use the bathroom. You decide.
What seats do you want to sit in, and I'll see if production can make it.
Well, I mean, whatever James wants.
All right, so we're going to go on a short break here for about 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, as we get set up for heads-up play, and then we'll be back.
Faster as ace-king
So only
suited.
Mr. Nick.
He raised 6,000.
Changing? Wow, Phil said I feel it, that you're going to win it. And Jen, if Jen decided to go crazy, she's going to...
I would have scooped that.
Yeah.
But I'm not
Airball
tilted
calls
enough,
with the
yeah.
queen 3. 9-8 deuce, 1 club, 2 hearts, so backdoor flush draws
It'd
for
be nice if the
both.
ace guy come on the train and sit on the river. That he.
I don't know if I felt it. I just thought maybe you'd get there that time. It was 17% or whatever.
Professor fires 7,500. Airball will
I'm a little
continue.
unlucky with the ace-king.
I says it because I
six,
folded
so-
because I folded an 8, so an 8 was
6
out
of clubs on the turn. Flush
the
draw
six
arrives
was
for Professor.
Dagger.
6 hurt.
You
Not anymore,
not
Ellie.
a lot outs because
Not anymore. Now
after
you're-
a
now
4
you're-
cake,
now
you
you're-
would have
No, I'm
voted.
still losing 11,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Still,
that's helped a little bit.
yeah.
All
lot of
you,
it.
all you could hit basically was an 8
I'm not going to lose more than 100, so
in the 8.
if I
You
can
did.
reach
You
the
filmed with
100,
us in LA. You lost 55 and quit.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I lose 100, I quit, you know. I'm not rich like Victor. I mean, Airball. Actually, Jennifer is the richest on this day.
22K on the turn.
Oh, Mr. Pink right here?
No.
That first day I was playing, I think I
Hairball.
was the first person at the table.
45.
It was John Morton,
Yeah.
Brandon Stevens.
Makes it 45K.
Living up to the name and reputation. There goes that man.
Was at that table. I'm pretty sure I
Such a small raise, very inviting to especially this type of a hand.
Yeah, Andrew got money. For sure.
With the overs and the flush draw.
What, did he do something I didn't know in the last few years?
Dirty dealings.
Bitcoin?
Jen, what about the Simpsons?
I like it.
I didn't rat you out like
Professor.
No, come on.
No, it's out
45,
there.
right?
I mean, I know it
Makes
for
the
so long.
call.
It's not like
Yeah,
we are.
my net worth is entirely exaggerated.
Almost 118K in the
I
pot.
know what she carries around.
The river is the 9 of clubs. Professor
play
rivers
poker.
the flush and checks.
Don't say thanks.
Does Airball go for it? He does. And has run right into it.
And he hasn't called yet.
If it had a hole.
A bit of a
Guys,
slow roll,
enough
net
of the
roll,
book
if you
here,
will.
enough.
I apologize.
I know the board paired, Jeff, but you just got to call.
It's like the Tasmanian devil.
You're not naive at all.
Not at all.
He's not intentionally slow rolling.
So how much do I owe you then? 100 and something? 125?
I said most likely I would call.
Can I just know how much I owe you then? No, so this is
He's being genuine.
80, 100,
80,
110. Well, it's gonna be a big bill.
no, pre
115.
22.
How isn't he called yet here, Jeff? Just worried about the full houses, but
15.
what is going on?
It's 1 to 1. No, more.
On occasion, Airball probably does show you the full house, and you say, okay, nice hand.
What was the flop, Professor? 90 plus 12, 102. It's like pot.
They definitely have history between them, huh?
I've never seen anything like this.
Right?
Yeah, 1 to 1.
1 to 1.
Save it, Professor. Save it. Save the 115.8. It's a lot of money.
Oh, this is art. If he folds,
Has
headsets
Airball
off, I'm out of here,
some
Jeff.
way to talk
I'm
him
outta
into
here.
a fold?
Pay me. I deserve it.
I'm walking out. See you next episode if he folds. I'm out of here. You're alone.
The thing for Professor, I'll tell you guys something. It's not about money.
He just doesn't like to be bluffed.
No, it's about playing good. I think he is going to fold this hand.
I do not think that, but the more we wait, there is the call.
You win.
Do I have to show?
No.
Oh my god.
But I like it.
I would like to see it.
$352,000 pot.
I have a good hand. But he represents full house. This doesn't matter. I can show.
Or a flush.
Show for your fans.
There is that flush, and there is the biggest pot of the day to Professor after a little drama.
I'll do that.
I'll do it. 100,
At the
110.
Kings for Roble. Gonna raise to 2,000. Hey, Ace King for Sammy.
Well, thank you, because I was
makes
just
it
about to make a very
10,400.
My schedule is going to be very
AJ, you getting that feeling I'm getting?
I sure am.
Oh wow, you're gonna travel back and forth? It's a lot of travel.
Yeah, I know. I hate it.
You have things you need to do in
Roble
Japan.
makes it 35,000.
They might be getting it in pre.
It certainly looks like that.
They have a lot of history all season. They've been scrapping.
okay.
He just said 150, AJ.
All right. There it is. Sammy. I love this guy. Good time, Sammy.
And so is it your room or are you like
These guys have been going at it, you know, with not the best cards, but now they're loaded. So someone's going to get hurt.
It's been broken. Exactly.
Roble nervous here, or
I think this is more acting, posturing a bit.
I get you. I mean, Robles got way the best of it.
All in.
All in.
500.
One to five.
No problem. Right in.
Ace king. Yeah.
Look at that pot. 981,000 and change.
Nah, I think it's yours. Always another eight. What about you? Nice.
The nice thing about playing one event is, no, I mean, I laid it.
Welcome back here to the final table of the PGT Mixed Games 10-game championship event. We are heads up. Aaron Sachs versus James Obst. Obst with the chip lead, 7.6 million for the Australian. 3.5 million is what he is up against. Players are guaranteed $294,000. Trying to win that $462,000 first place prize. These final two players came from a field of 56 entries. Total prize pool was 1.4 million. This is a 10-game rotation. We are currently playing No Limit Texas Hold'em. That will be followed by, in order, Omaha High-Low, Stud, No Limit Deuce to 7, Single Draw, Limit Hold'em, Badoogie, Stud High-Low, Pot Limit Omaha, Limit Deuce to 7 Triple Draw, and Raz. My name is Donnie Peters, and I am joined by Kevin Gerhart. He's alongside me to provide the expert analysis here.
So I walked out there on break, and Phil Sternheimer, we saw finish in this event, asked me a couple questions about the hands that he played, and what other people had in the hands, what I thought about his play. And he also mentioned that he has played a ton of cash against Aaron Sachs. So we know that Phil plays in some of the highest stakes games. So I assume Sachs is right in there battling alongside him. So that definitely gives him credit and more, credentials to compete with the best in the world in these games. My one thing I will say is we've seen him be kind of passive up to this point, even starting off the final table with the chip lead. I'm very curious to see how he adjusts his game for heads-up play. Does he kind of step out of his comfort zone, make some bluffs, make some plays, fight for pots that normally in full rings he wouldn't fight for?
Good insight there. You really love to learn kind of a little bit of backstory, some thought into how these players might possibly approach things, where they come from. As we talked about, Aaron isn't the most known player to us, so it's good to get a little bit of background there, some context, I should say, about his game, the experience that he's had against the other players at the table, etc.
Aaron decides to shut down his bluff on the turn after betting the flop and getting called.
I wonder if he's going to revisit that bluff here now, left with just 7 high on the end.
Yeah, sometimes you have to give it up, but this seems like a board that he could very credibly represent. He has a 7, he blocks the 6-7. Maybe Opes would fold a hand exactly like ace high, king high, or a small pair, maybe a 5. Goes with a pretty large sizing here, representing maybe Jack 10, 6-7, maybe some sort of 2-pair type hand. Can Opes sniff this out with just ace high? Doesn't have any blocker potential to a Jack 10, 6, or 7. Does get the fold. Sachs takes down a nice pot, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. I want him to step out of his comfort zone, make some plays, maybe try and win pots that he has no equity or no business winning.
Switching up the game now, Omaha, high-low, 8 or better.
Higher. I think it's higher. Limit game. Oh, it is, sorry. My bad.
Two well-rested players right now.
Switching the game up, limit Omaha 8 or better. Limits are 125, 250,000. James raises on the button with ace 9, 7, 6. Very reasonable hand in position containing an ace. Decent high equity, decent low equity.
Sure. Would you rescan your cards?
This entire series, the dealers have been very on top of the players scanning their cards. So we at home and in the booth get to see them. Hopes has a pretty monstrous hand, top pair and a low. It keeps getting better for him, picking up the full wrap with the 6, 7, 9. Goes from an 8 low to a 7 low, doesn't really change too much if Sachs has 2 low cards in his hand. Maybe the 5 paired Sachs and has counterfeited his attempt at a low. Kind of an aggressive call. Put the chips down quite fervently. 7 low, 3 aces, very strong hand. Not necessarily even in heads up play.
You got 3/4. You got 3/4.
Seems like Sachs might have the same
You just have to
7, 6 for the low.
I'm sorry, say that again. Big blind has this 9 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, 7 of hearts, deuce of hearts. And then the small blind is ace of spades, 9 of hearts. Okay. I got it.
So chopping it up here, well, sorry, 3/4
Is it
hand.
position or high end?
Yeah.
It's always high end.
That's it.
Yep, James furthering his lead. Basically 2-1 chip lead.
Let's take a quick dip out here to take a look at the PGT leaderboard. The notable movement here is Nick Schulman is now up to 4th place, 680 points for him. It's still Joey Weissman up on top. Then Kristen Fox and Eric Blair, Schulman's in 4th, and Patrick Leonard in 5th. The full leaderboard is available over on pgt.com/leaderboard. Also can just head to pgt.com and click the little leaderboard menu item up at the top. You guys can scroll through, you can see where everyone is listed, see who's in the top 40. The top 40 is important, of course, because that's who will qualify at the end of the season for the PGT $1 Million Championship.
I was a little bit injured, so that's kind of why I came here.
Got it.
Probably.
Cool.
Option.
Really strong hand for James. Ace deuce, 5, 6, double suited. Not a great hand for Sachs, but we can see the equities are pretty close. Whoever bets at this pot is just going to win it.
Yeah, sneeze at it. Just motion to your chips.
James doesn't have a single diamond in his hand, doesn't want to go for backdoor low draw. Sachs is just going to win it based on the power of aggression. Once again, I mean, knowing he needs to be aggressive at certain stages. Starting heads up very strong. The players are very deep, so it's going to take either a cooler and a big bet game or quite a bit of play left in this heads-up battle for one player to consume all of the chips in play. Pretty okay flop for both hands. James has a pair with a straight draw and the only low draw. Really good card for James here, giving him the low 100% with an open ender to go with his pair. Sachs gives it up. No low potential to be had.
So a little bit of trading pots here, kind of back and forth, but I mean, they're still pretty deep, right? I mean, this feels like it'll take a while.
You just come for these two, though. How do you stay sharp?
Yeah. No, honestly, I didn't think I played very well in most of the tournaments, yeah. But you learn on the job.
What's up?
You learn on
Never
the job.
one to back down
Few
from
bad days and then
telling exactly like it is. James Opes saying he's made some mistakes.
Well, I guess it just helps having a million hands back in the day to draw on.
Yeah.
Pretty strong hand for heads up here. King 10, 5-3 double suited. Good high equity with the double suited. Decent low equity with the 5-3. It's a really good flop for both players. Both players flopping a flush draw. Sachs with a pair of 10s and 3s. Opes has the full wrap with the Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. Needs any of those cards plus a queen or a 6 to make a straight.
Opes quickly comes with the check raise here. Sachs comes along.
With the pair of 3s, Sachs can no longer make a low.
Jack here on the turn. That gives a straight to James Opes. Also means there's going to be no low here.
Sachs picks up a gut shot to the higher straight to go along with his flush draw and 2 pair.
King on the river. Opes has a scooper here, and he comes out betting. Sachs went from 10s and 3s to kings and 10s.
He's trying to figure out hands that he can beat. Having the 10 and 5 of clubs in his hand is not great. I mean, we do have 2 really good pair. There are quite a few straight possibilities out there. Remember, James just called pre-flop, which limits the amount of aces that he has in his hand.
He does make the call, and he's going to see the bad news here. Opes tables his straight. 2 pair no good for Aaron Sachs. And James Opes is going to stretch his lead out even further at almost 9 million now for Opes. 2.3 million is what Sachs has left, which at the current limit of 250K, fewer than 10 big bets. Be sure to check out our new contest in partnership with Splash Sports. SplashSports.com/NGNF. Because you could win $50,000. Yes, I said that right. You can win $50,000 plus a seat on No Gamble, No Future. Paid for. You get 2 nights at Aria, you get the buy into the cash game, and you get to play on No Gamble, No Future. That is awesome. SplashSports.com/NGNF.
Hasn't changed, has it?
No, it hasn't. I just checked with the dealer.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
So when we get down to heads up, we are playing 4 games, or 4 hands of each game in the rotation. So we have changed games. That button doesn't mean anything.
What's the complete?
The 145 for the complete.
Seems like weird. No.
I think that's what we've been playing.
Really?
Yeah, I've been playing 25, 50, 125, 250.
A couple of 6s showing for Sachs. He's got 3 of them. He's going to bet. James Opes is going to fold.
As we saw yesterday when Shulman called the game of stud, pots can get really big in this. We can see a swing in favor of Sachs or an elimination very quickly.
Yep.
Just from a couple of hands of stud if they go the way they went yesterday. Sachs with another wired pair, this time kings. Opes does have the ace in the hole, incentivizing him to continue to 4th Street.
Yeah, ace queen high for Opes in the hole. He's got a couple of clubs that he could improve upon. A 7 for Sachs, a jack for Opes. Sachs is going to continue.
Sachs catches a 6. Kind of inconsequential. Opes also catching a 6. Sachs going for kind of tricky, trappy type of play, checking kings, which is most likely the best hand, and he knows it.
Kings still best here for Sachs. You can see he's a 95% favorite here.
Yeah, he does pick up a 3rd diamond. Kind of scary if you're in Opes' shoes. Opes doesn't have anything except for ace high, and he can't improve to a straight, can't improve to a flush. Needs to catch exactly an ace to take over the lead in this hand, and Sachs needs to not make 2 pair or better. That is a card that is going to give Opes reason to call on 7th Street. And we're going to see a big pot go Sachs' way.
There's the bet from Sachs.
King.
Opes calls. I think it's just kings, right?
It's just kings.
Yeah, just kings for Sachs. Doesn't matter, though. Either way, it's good against the just jacks from Opes.
We are playing 2 hands for rest of this level. After 2 hands, lines out.
I think that check on 5th Street from Sachs earned him the call on 6, which earned him the call on 7th when Opes did improve to a pair of jacks. I think if you were to bet there, it would most likely just warrant a fold from Opes, being the first of the big bet streets.
Complete?
Opes completes and takes that one down.
Last hand of this game. And last hand of the level.
I would say because I play like 2 of these a year, it's fun for me. But man, if I played 3, I mean, if I played a couple more.
Just cooked?
Huh?
You mean you just cooked?
2 is like my max.
Why?
I can't take it. It's too slow.
I love it. I live for it.
Cash.
2 big hands here. Definitely warranting a collision. Sachs could raise here with a pair of 10s. It's very hard to make a pair on 3rd Street and stud.
Raise.
Hopes does come with call. Really good card for Sachs.
Got those 10s. He's got an ace-10 showing.
Yeah, that might be the card that just gets the pot won right here, even though the pot is so big and the bet is so small. Catching a deuce is just so bad.
Do you play?
Hopes does make the
Do you play
fold
any
there.
cash when you're here or no?
Not really.
Yeah.
The new games will be the
Just no interest.
7 single draw, no limit. And the small blind will be 50,000. Big blind is 75,000. Ante is 120,000.
Switching it up here. No limit. Deuce to 7 single draw.
We can limp, right?
You can limp. Probably not the best strategy heads up, considering you only get the button 50% of the time. You want to really deny more equity to your opponent.
Is it 50, 75, 75? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
50,
and double.
75,
Sure.
Very strong hand here. 9-8-5-4, 1 draw. I wonder what the raise size Opes is going to come with. This will tell a lot of his heads up big bet strategy.
200,000.
I think Sachs actually has a decision here. I get the feeling that it's either call or raise, and probably not leaning towards fold.
2.
He does call, and he's going to draw 2.
Yes. Can you please rescan all your cards? They're asking. And then these go here.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
So he's going to draw to the jack. Jack 9 deuce.
Yep, I like that he's stepping out of his comfort zone, playing more hands. He definitely seems much more adept at heads up than I would have expected, not knowing who he is.
So Sachs gets a couple of 3s. Hopes pairs the 5.
250.
250.
When you pair a low card like a deuce or a 3, it turns into more of a bluff catcher, because there are hands you can beat like pairs of 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s. When you pair a higher card like an 8, a 9, or a 10, those are the hands that you really want to bluff. Opes knows that he probably doesn't have the best hand with a pair of 5s here, and is putting the pressure on. Not too big of a bet. Makes it seem more value-y.
Sachs gives it up there. And Opes takes that one to get back up over 8 million in chips. Reminder that these guys have locked up $296,000 playing for the $462,000 first place prize. 294K, I should say. They've locked up. My apologies.
Not a bad return for a $25,000 investment.
Oh, heck no. It's great.
This is a very strong hand from Sachs. 9-7-4 deuce draw. We saw the last hand. Sachs only lost 270. No, he lost 325,000 chips, which is just over one big bet in all of the limit games. It's going to take something really special for stacks to go in from these two players.
Hopes folds.
And he just wins 200K right back. So those 1 liter Pana bottles, I have like 5 cases at my house because.
How rich are you?
I'm not. You can ask Crazy Mike. He thinks I'm actually the crazy one. So I have status at Caesars.
Okay.
And you can get 4 free drinks a day. So I go to the same bar almost every day for the last like 5 months straight and get 4 bottles of Pana every
Wow.
day.
Look at
and
you.
I stockpile them, and my girlfriend's getting mad because we don't have any more room to put them places.
So we'll drink the water.
I am. I drink at least 1 a day.
One and what?
Both players drawing 1 here. Hopes did raise to 200K, and Sachs made the call. Hopes makes a queen. Sachs makes a jack.
I think it goes check, check here very often.
Check.
Not too
Jack.
much value from the queen, jack, 9.
Oh, can you actually pass me that extension?
Awful lot of hullabaloo for 200K chips.
It's heads up poker. That's what it is.
That's exactly right. We saw Sachs was down to 2.3 million, back up to 3.5 million.
Last hand of this game. Next up is Limit Hold'em.
Those pots could get quite big. We have seen Sachs put in some raises in spots where he knows he's supposed to put in these raises. And both players are very well versed in Limit Hold'em. Wow. Okay. We have a confrontation here. Opst is going to raise. We'll see what sizing he decides to come with. A pat 10-8-5. Very strong hand. Even stronger in heads-up play. Sachs with a pat queen jack 9. I expect him to fold because you don't really want to draw 2, and drawing to the jack 9 doesn't seem good either.
There's the 3-bet, 675 from Opst.
He very quickly grabbed chips. I thought they were going in the middle. Just doing some accounting work.
Fold from Sachs. And Opst takes that one.
New game.
New game. Limited Hold'em.
All right, 2 hands going to war here. Nothing spectacular.
Yet. Queen Jack 5 here with a couple of spades. Sachs has the best hand currently with those 5s, pair of 5s. Opst betting. He was the pre-flop raiser in position. Sachs calls. King of clubs here on the turn. Type of board feels like it's just going to favor Obst so often here, so he's just going to continue firing. Of course, he does have that open ender here.
Pretty tough to continue from Sachs.
Sachs does give it up.
Aggression in position.
Yep.
I mean, name a better combination in limit hold'em.
Raising a call, Sachs in position with the A7 off, King 3 of clubs for Obst. Queen, Jack 4 with a couple of diamonds here. Check and a bet. And a call.
Really interesting turn card. Sachs could go for some value from hands that are king high, some sort of straight draw, some sort of diamond draw, decides to check back. Really good turn card for the King 3 of clubs, but the clubs do not come home.
5 here on the river. Check, check, and Sachs is going to take it here with the ace high.
Sorry. Sorry.
Sachs still on 11 big bets here. It's going to take some real swings to make anyone short. Pair against ace queen suited, 50-50.
King 6-5, rainbow. Opes fights back with a raise here. Is this just possibly trying to buy free cards later? Also, maybe you just win it here.
It could be. Yeah, both of those things very reasonable. We have the nut-no pair in the ace-queen and the worst pair possible with deuces. So 1 pip up for Obst does have the best equity.
Sachs comes along and he drills the ace on the turn to take the lead. Obst probably absolutely hates that card there.
Yeah, that is a really bad card. When your opponent 3-bets you, that seems like the exact card you do not want to see. And Sachs just comes and leads out. Obst knows that his deuces are no good.
Yeah, not even going to allow his opponent to check behind there. Just going to come out and bet. Quick fold from Obst.
Sachs' turn to have a pair here. Obst' turn to have an ace. Good flop for the 8s. Going to get at least one call from the ace high. Both players think that's actually a pretty good turn card for them.
Yep. Sachs does come with the bet here. Opes is going to come along. Pretty understandable here with just ace high on a paired board like this. Heads up, 6 of hearts here on the river.
There's already 1.5 million chips in the pot. These single winner limit games play so big. Doesn't take much for these pots to balloon up like this.
Another bet here from Sachs.
James is just trying to go through hands that he could potentially beat. There's not really that many. The 6 of hearts coming through for backdoor hearts. He does have the 4 of hearts. It comes through for a lot of straight draws. Just made it.
And he does pay it off here. A big swing in the favor of Aaron Sachs. Gets him back up over 5 million. He's now the closest he has been in heads-up play against James Obst. And we got a match.
Yeah, this is buckle up. This is gonna be a slugfest. Like I've said before, we're playing Bedi now. It's going to be somewhat difficult to find hands that both players want to commit chips with. So this might be a pretty fast raise and take it or just walk type of situation. James will open this on the button for sure with the 4-3 2 draw. Now we'll see if Sachs has anything he wants to contend with. It's a pretty reasonable hand. I mean, you have a 3 card. You're not really hoping for anything except to catch a spade. In previous iterations of Bedi, we've seen Sachs lead when it goes 1-2 and he's out of position. His hand is definitely not strong enough to do that unless he improves. So I wonder if Opes is going to pick up on that, because when he did lead, it was without looking at the card. Yeah, Sachs is giving away the strength of his hand. He knows that Opes has a better 2 card drawing to a better 3 card than he has.
Just 150,
yeah.
Sorry.
Opes does pick up 3 to a 6. Very strong hand in Bedi. He's just looking for Sachs not to improve, not to find a spade that doesn't pair him.
1 and 1.
Check.
Check.
And now Sachs is also playing in flow, knowing that his 3 card is no good. Opes might just win if he bets it here and Sachs doesn't improve, which he doesn't.
Sachs does give it up there. And Opes collects that one. Both players looking a little lethargic here.
Yeah, a little bit. I hope after this ends, James just goes straight to sleep for 12 hours, comes back well rested, and
I would
fires
imagine
the 100K.
I mean, earlier Sachs joked that he needs to go sleep for a month. So
yeah, it's really hard to stay focused for this long. These tournaments are quite grueling. Plus, that's been an entire series that James Opes has played.
10 seconds. 4,
Sachs losing a little bit, but still very close in terms of chip counts. Another slam dunk open for Opst on the button with the ace-4, draw 2.
10 seconds.
It's like the same situation we just saw. A good 2-card versus a pretty bad 3-card that's only looking to improve to a Badugi. Sachs finds the 3-bet this time. Wonder if he's going to pat and hope that James is drawing 2 and eventually gets a fold, or if he's going to draw 1. He is going to draw 1, representing a strong 3-card holding. James is going to draw 2 to try to make a better 3-card holding, not knowing that Sachs is pretty weak when it comes to 3-card. And here we go. Like I said earlier, Sachs betting in flow without even looking at his card with this almost the same hand he had the last time we had this same Badugi interaction. Opes making an ace, deuce, 4, could find a raise right here and does. Sachs is hating this. There's so much money in there. 1.35 million, 150,000 to call. Draw 1, looking for a heart.
So it's 1 for Sachs and it's 1 for Opes.
1 and 1.
6 of clubs back for Sachs, 8 of hearts back for Opes.
Check.
Check.
Yeah, we see with the extra bet from the first draw, before the first draw, Sachs is now getting a better price to call. He has to call 300K into a pot of 1.8 million to try and make his heart. I think we're going to see a call, whereas last time he just let it go. He really understands this game and understands the pot odds. I am very impressed how he's navigating these Badugi streets.
It's 1 and 1 once again.
2.1 million in the middle. Can Sachs find the heart? He does not.
Both players get a king. Neither player makes a Badugi. It's the ace-4 deuce 3 card as the best hand for Opes.
This feels bad for Sachs, knowing that you can't win the pot, having to check to give up. Opes betting with the best 3 card, ace deuce 4, and Sachs having to fold. 2.4 million chip pot going James Opes' way.
Another big swing here in heads up. This one in favor of James Opes as he stretches that lead back out. Better than 2-1 now.
I think this is the last hand of Badugi. Opes over 2-1 chip lead again. That was a swingy pot. Sachs' turn to wake up with ace deuce, 2 card in position on the button.
He does raise.
I think Opes is just going to fold here.
He does just that. Moving on.
New game.
Stud, high, low.
As I've stated before, both these players know that since there's always a high side to the pot, there's not always a low side. Playing the higher cards will get you further in this game. It's pretty hard to get delta pair even with 3 cards.
50, right?
Yes.
That's the hand you want to see. Just buried aces.
Yeah, first hand of stud, high, low, and Opes has 2 aces in the hole. No action though.
Opes isn't giving anything away. You know, he didn't show the aces. Oh, can I keep these for next hand? Just nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Complete.
You think he can win them all?
I think he can. I mean, another small pot, take it down.
First 2 pots of stud high low go to James Opes.
Pretty insignificant with the size of stacks at this point, but I mean, every chip matters when you're trying to win all of them. Does not win all of them.
We gonna get to a 4th street? That's the next question.
Nope. No one has really anything too good to compete with. One person has like a good hand or an okay hand. The other person just let it go. We're only playing 170,000 heads-up match, and both players are just falling asleep at the table. No big deal. Been there, done that, you know. It is much more exciting when you're at the World Series and you're allowed to have a rail and people are screaming and every pot's when the chips exchange hands, people are clapping.
Yeah, helps keep your adrenaline flowing. You know?
Yes, it's fantastic having so many people by your side wanting you to win this tournament. This is
we made it to 4th Street.
We did.
So that's an advancement. We are progressing.
These two are just locked in a room with a dealer, duking it out for 170,000.
Opes bets, Sachs calls. Another good one here for Opes. Probably all right, yeah.
Yeah, Sachs catching two blank cards. Gonna find it very hard to continue. Well, at least we made it to 5th Street. And now we'll find a new game.
Next up is PLO.
Omaha.
Maybe we'll just see the ace-queen 7-3 double suited against the ace-ace king-queen. They are still pretty deep, though. I mean, Sachs has 40 big blinds. Reasonable starting hand for Opes on the button.
10 seconds.
What?
225.
Okay, we got some battle.
Sachs comes along. Opes did make it 225 in position. 525 out there. 7, 4, 3. 2 spades on board.
Not really an action flop for either player. Sachs has a pair and a gut shot. Opes has an overpair and a backdoor straight draw. Sachs makes 2 pair on this turn card. Neither player has the flush. Not really too much to be afraid of. I think both players probably just want to take this to showdown. Opes does pick up a gut shot in the form of an 8. Really bad card for Sachs. Counterfeiting his 2-pair. Probably needs to turn his hand into a bluff. Doesn't really want to get to showdown with a pair of 6s. This is one of the best candidates to bluff. Blocking the full houses of your opponent. Is the pot big enough to warrant a bluff? I mean, there's only 500K in there.
Sure, but I mean, I think going back to your point earlier, you know, even though some of the pots are small, you need every chip to win, so every pot is worth fighting for.
True.
He does come with pot and gets it done. Another well-executed, well-timed play there from Aaron Sachs. Has played pretty well. I would say flawlessly. I'm trying to think of any like mistakes that stick out to me. You know, he's folded, made some really disciplined laydowns in some tough spots.
Maybe
you know,
that
the only
one Badugi hand was a little out of line.
I mean, the only time we really saw him misstep, and it's hard to say misstep. Yes, he made the wrong move from what I'm about to say, but given the situation, I don't think we can fault him for it. That's when he had the Queen-10 versus the King-Queen in no limit hold'em, right? Like, yeah, it was the wrong call, right? But I mean, the situation, I don't think you can really get away there. So it's not not really a bad play in my opinion.
I agree. You have to call there some percent of the time. Yeah, I think both players are playing exceedingly well. Good flop for Sachs, pairing his top 2 cards. Nothing really for Opes except some backdoors. This bet should take it down. Okay, well, we didn't see much blood in those first couple of hands.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just probably going to take a while at this point. You know, they're pretty deep, all things considered. So, going to need the levels to climb up a little bit, or some sort of crazy cooler, right?
Right, even then, it's going to take something really impressive like top set versus a full wrap and a flush draw to get these stacks in.
225.
Did grab a big stack of chips. I wonder if Opes caught up on that. Okay, this is some action. We got top pair against bottom 2.
And of course, during heads-up play, it doesn't matter if it's a mixed game format. It doesn't matter if it's a pot limit format, a no limit format, whatever it is. Hand values always get, you know, kind of ratcheted up a bit.
Yeah, you do not want to fold as much as if you're playing a ring game. You want to play way more hands, especially in the games where the equities run so close, such as PLO.
Check.
Opes increasing his hand strength from kings and 5s to kings and queens doesn't change the real overall dynamic too much. Sachs does need to pair one of his side cards or his ace. Does not. James Opes, as long as he does not fold, will win this pot with kings and queens. He does not have a jack in his hand. He does not have hearts. Maybe Sachs turns his ace into a bluff. If he says pot, I think he wins, but it's so hard to pull the trigger when you have so much showdown value with your pair of aces.
How much is in the pot?
875, 875,000.
I like this question. Makes me think he's leaning more towards a bet. Maybe 650.
10 seconds.
Oh, he goes small.
Ace 9.
Ace what? Ace what, sorry?
1 pair.
Okay.
One pair announced, ace 9. The king queen is best though. 2 pair for James Obst.
Yeah, that sizing makes me think that he was trying to go for a little bit of value, not wanting to turn his hand into a bluff. I think if you're bluffing with your pair of aces, you want to bet at least two times what he bet on the river.
Yeah, that felt kind of blocker slash mergey. Like maybe you get some weak 2 pairs to fold at times, but also like
yeah,
maybe you're also blocking to make sure that you just don't have to be faced with a big bet from your opponent. So
that's probably the most likely scenario. It kind of felt like value when he said ace 9. But it seems like a pretty thin value bet and a pretty anemic bluff candidate, so we're kind of stuck in the middle. Obst over 8 million, Sachs under 3 million.
well, we've seen this story before. You know, Obst has been up this high before. So certainly not like Sachs can't come back. You know, last time he got down below 3 million, I think it was around 2.2, 2.3. He quickly got right back up over 5 million.
Right.
You know, it took 1 or 2 hands that swung his way. So it's a swingy game when the limits are as large as they are, and you know, you get a game like this, a big bet game, you know, the chips can certainly fly.
Right. Really good raise candidate here for Obst, suited ace and a pair.
Yeah, and Sachs coming along. He limped and then called the raise, gets to play in position here. 10-4 deuce rainbow. Not really anything there for Sachs. That said, Obst doesn't feel like he has enough to continue. Comes with check. This feels like it's just kind of that power of position where Obst just doesn't want to play a massive pot out of position. So start with check and go from there. 4 pairs the board on the turn. You can see how far ahead Obst is with those percentages on your screen.
Yeah, Sachs needs to catch exactly a king on the river to win this pot.
Check, check again. 3 of spades on the end. Check mark to Obst as long as this one gets to a showdown. Sachs maybe wants to fire here. I mean, he's only got high cards.
Yeah, I don't think we can beat anything. If Obst is raising out of the big blind, we can pretty safely put an ace in his hand as one of his cards. We can't even beat 1 ace.
Yeah, I mean, this does seem like it would be like ace, king, XX, you know, stuff like that for Obst, who doesn't want to go too crazy, but, you know, going back to pre-flop, those hands would be raising probably a fair bit there after a limp. So you can't beat ace high, right? And then maybe some just weak hands that are pairs like Obst has. Maybe you can get those to fold. And he does come with a pot-sized bet here as a bluff, 525.
Yeah, Obst has to go back through the last couple of hands that he's played. We've seen pot work on the river once before as a bluff, got Obst to fold the best hand. We've seen third pot.
And there we go.
In the last hand as potentially a bluff, get called, and Obst won that hand. Yeah, that was
Aaron Sachs, another well-timed bluff there.
Actually running out.
Exactly what he needed
comes
to
with
do.
the heat. Full pot bet, gets it done, back up over 3 million. Listen, sometimes you're on the river in Omaha with king high, and you just got to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
It just that's just how it goes.
Agreed.
Sack up and put the chips in. We are switching over to deuce to 7 triple draw. Limits are 150K, 300K.
There's it.
Raise. 10 seconds.
Yeah, just another one of those games where the equities do run really close, but you have to find two hands that are willing to put in chips against each other. 5 cards, you have to find at least 3 of them that you want to continue with. Like an aggressive player could definitely open this hand with a 3 and a 6. Opes probably can't even play this hand with the 9-8-7.
10 seconds. Time started.
They're just tossing 150K back and forth. It's way more exciting when these two players have hands that want to battle each other heads up. This does not qualify. This is a big O hand. That qualifies.
There.
8-6-4-3 from Sachs.
Oh yes.
Can I just run to the bathroom after this hand? It'll just take me 30 seconds.
We have a break soon, right?
Oh, 3 minutes, that's fine.
Last hand of this game.
This is the problem with drinking about 7 of these a day.
I guess I need to up my intake. What about 1 a day? More when I'm doing commentary.
I mean, 7 seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Raise.
Raise here from Sachs. Opes with the 3-bet.
10 seconds. 3 bets.
Call.
Interesting. Okay. Opes is drawing 1 to the 10-9. Expecting Sachs to not have a hand good enough to continue with on future streets, and he's absolutely correct.
So Opes makes his 10-9. Sachs has a Jack-9 right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Sachs can deduce that drawing 1 is actually the correct play, or if he's still going to draw 2. I think I would more lean towards drawing 2 to the 8-6, a hand that you can put on raises in future streets. But if he just draws 1 to the 9-8-6, I'd be very impressed.
He does pitch 2.
2. That 2. 10 seconds. Bet.
Opes comes out with a bet.
Yeah,
Opes was pat after that first draw.
Sachs doesn't improve, just has to give it up now. Opes just won 600K that hand with, I mean, not really a good hand at all, but he read his opponent right and read the situation right.
Are the scheduled breaks still or no?
After level 22, it's a break.
Yeah, we can.
Alright, new game. Rise.
All right, let's see some blood. Let's see some action. There's a lot of opening hands in Raz that can go to war more so than in other games. Maybe heads up limit Omaha 8 or better.
Yeah.
You find some hands that are willing to battle. But Raz is definitely one of those games where the equities run so close and you can get a 3 and a 7 against each other.
7 diamonds.
Both players have a Jack-9 in the hole.
150.
Is it complete 150?
Yes.
160.
Oh, my bad, it's 200.
Level just, that was,
200.
we still had another hand.
This was the last hand of that level. Now blinds are up.
Okay, 200, 400 now. Sacks getting a little shorter with 6.5 big bets. He does have enough to play an entire Raz hand and then another one if he wants to.
Octopi Poker is the ultimate poker lab for everyone, and it makes poker study easy. Join for free or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real PGT final table spots. Start improving today. Head on over to octopipoker.ai and get yourself signed up. Still heads up here in the championship event of the 2025 PGT Mixed Games Series. On your left, wearing the blue hat, that's Aaron Sachs. On your right, in the hoodie, is James Obst. They are both guaranteed $294,000 up top. The trophy that's there on the table between them, and $462,000. My name is Donnie Peters. Thank you for joining in. I have Kevin Gerhart, a 4-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner, alongside of me. It's getting late here in Vegas. 10:30, just passed.
Yeah, you got a wife and a kid.
I got 2 kids.
Oh my gosh, 2 kids.
I'm pretty sure all 3 of those people that you just mentioned are in bed.
Why would they not be?
I mean, well, the oldest, the daughter, I mean, she's chaos. She could very well be awake.
Just getting to that age.
The youngest is definitely asleep. He goes to bed at like 7:30. But yeah.
My girlfriend's in bed too, for sure. She has been going to bed somewhere between 8:30 and 9 most days.
Wow.
Gets up early and goes into work.
My bedtime's usually around anywhere between 11 to midnight, depending on like if my wife and I decide to watch an episode of a show or something, right?
Sure, makes sense. Mine completely depends on what time of year it is.
Yeah.
Series time, I go to bed.
Well,
at
series
4
time,
a.m.
I'm with you. I mean, there's no, I mean, there's really not a bedtime. It's just, you know, whenever you can find some sleep. We're on 5th Street here. We have Opes betting the larger limit that is now 400K. We are playing Raz. Sachs makes the call. This one was brought in from Opes, completed from Sachs, call from Opes. Sachs check called 200 on 4th. He then check called 400 on 5th. And here we are on 6th Street.
And both players catching a crazy good card for their hand. Sachs with a made 10-6, drawing to a 6 on 7th Street. Opes with the made 9-8-7, drawing to an 8. If Sachs can improve on the 7th Street, a deuce, a 5, a 7, an 8, or a 9, that's a lot of outs, 38%. He will win this giant pot of 2.5 million chips.
Yeah.
This is a swingy hand.
And Sachs does see that Opes has a 5, a 7, and an 8, you know, which are all cards that he would love to catch here on 7th.
Right.
And he catches a king, and it's another 8 over there for Opes. Doesn't matter what he caught Opes. Once the king was caught for Sachs, that means Opes is winning this one. And let's see if Opes comes with another bet here.
I don't think you can bet this hand. 9-8-7-5 ace. I think it's probably a little too thin. You're hoping to get called exactly by the 10-6 that Sachs does have.
But doesn't it help you bet because you pick up another 8, and he is going to
my
pay this off here.
gosh. What a monster pot, 3.3 million chips.
The biggest pot we've seen so far in this heads-up battle between Sachs and Opes, and it's going to James Opes here. He's got a 9-8, 7-5 ace in Raz. Found the value bet on the end to pick up an additional 400K.
That's what separates the good players from the great players. I don't think I could have found that exact value bet.
Well, I do think it does help that he picked up an 8 specifically. Now, I know it paired him, but it tells you that there's one less 8 out there for your opponent to have and have made. So maybe that was honestly the defining thing. Like if he picks up, let's say, just a jack, and he's like, okay, I'll just check it back, right?
Right. So the hand showing from Sachs was the 10-6. That was the best hand that he could have on 6th Street. So if Opes doesn't think that Sachs improved his hand, which he might bet if he improved his hand to beat any 9 or 8 that Opes has, maybe going for value was the right play. He does get paid off by the 10-6 unimproved from Sachs and takes a monster chip lead in this tournament.
Yeah, 10-1 now in favor of James Opes. We are still playing Raz here. The limits are big, 200,000, 400,000. So that's 2.5 big bets for Aaron Sachs. He does start very well here. 3 up, ace 5 in the hole, but no action. Look at that, just no action. I mean, that's just, that's kind of like rubbing it in your face, right? Like the poker gods are just rubbing it in your face.
He would have said, you know what, with your 7 up, you can have any 2 cards in the deck down. Let's get it all in and run it.
Are we playing?
One more bet.
All right, two low cards in Raz. Let's see if these players want to dance.
Sachs brings it in with an 8. 6 for Opes. He's also got what is probably a pretty nice looking 9-5 in the hole. He completes and gets it done.
New game. No one, hold on.
No limit, Texas hold. Yeah, Sachs only has 1.1 million, and the big blind is 75,000. Oh no, it's 2-4, so it's 1-1.
Yeah, no, the limit has gone up here now, so
he's putting in 200,000 pre-flop, so he only has 1 million in a stack, 10 big blinds. This could be over this round. It's going to be very expensive to see the next 4 hands. Queen 3 suited, 10 big blinds. What do you think?
probably just put it in. Yeah. Don't think 10-5 suited is good enough, even though you are pretty short and it doesn't feel good.
He is reaching for chips and not cards. Going back to the cards now.
Does fold. I think you probably need, I mean, 10-9 suited for sure call, 10-8 suited probably call. Somewhere around there.
Let's see if we can get a collision here. Definitely good enough for Sachs.
Yeah, King 5 suited here.
Ooh.
Another close spot. This time, the close spot is for James Obst.
9 big blinds. Does find the fold.
I mean, I feel like Aaron Sachs is literally going to fall asleep at the table.
It kind of looks like it.
Someone needs to go out there and slap him, like wake him up a little bit.
If someone told me there was vodka in that bottle, I might believe you. Just putting him straight to sleep. I mean, hell of a run so far. Coming in, playing this event, getting the heads up against one of the best players in the world. Big congratulations.
Yeah, I know earlier Aaron Sachs talked about how basically he feels like he can play 2 tournaments a year and that's all he can take. I would love to see him play more tournaments because I've been thoroughly impressed with everything that he's done in all the different games. You know, he's had some spots where he's had to make some tough folds. He's done it. He's had some spots where, you know, us seeing the cards can be like, you know, he has to bluff here. He's pulled the trigger, you know, so I've been really impressed, you know, and he gets a walk there with ace king.
I mean, he's not out of it yet. He still can come back. We are playing one more hand of no limit hold'em. But yeah, very impressed by this gentleman.
Yeah, and you know the Badoogie hands, he's played a bunch of those extremely well. So yeah, I mean, I would say like if he played more tournaments, he would probably have a bunch more results.
Yeah, agreed.
It's just that he doesn't frequent the tournament scene, which is understandable. You know, some players just prefer cash games over tournaments. I get it.
I'm going to avoid cash games with him in it.
That's a smart move. That's definitely a smart move. Jack 5 off here on the button. He's going to come with limp.
Interesting.
Ace 8 suited for Obst. Raise.
Raise super small.
Yeah, not all in here.
I mean, we've come this far, right? Nope. Okay.
I mean, Jack 5 off just probably has almost zero playability post flop. I mean,
True.
not zero, but it's a tough one.
Very true.
When you catch on 7th and Raz.
Oh, all right.
He knows that would have been the card for him if they switched 7 streets. He's in the driver's seat instead of the other way around.
Switching it up here. Omaha high-low.
Once again, 200, 400 limits.
Back to a limit game, and the limits are big at this stage, and they're especially big in relation to the stack of that man right there, Aaron Sachs, because he's only got just over $1 million. Big bet 400K.
The last time we played this game, heads up between these two, James Obst won the majority of hands by scoop. First one is not going his way. Jack 10, 7, 7, trash hand.
He's definitely going to fall asleep on the table. This is amazing.
I don't know, man. I'm not in his situation, but I feel like if I was, my adrenaline would not let me, like, even remotely relax at all. We're the little people, you know, out here grinding 1-2 for a living. All right.
He should almost like play standing up, just like get the blood flowing, you know, like bounce around a little bit, do anything. Ace King King jack with a suit here. I
Hopes
know this is
can.
only a one-way hand, but heads up, definitely got to play it, of course, and play it
Yeah.
aggressively at that.
Yep.
Raise. Opes comes along.
Looking for low cards for Opes.
Ace, 7, 4. This is pretty good for Opes here.
That's, I mean, one of the best flops you can hope for.
You can
A
see
really
that
good
he
low
only
draw.
has a pair of 7s right now. He has the low, but he only has a pair of 7s, and then the best high hand currently is to Sachs. But look at the equities. 100% for James Opes for the low, and he actually has more equity for the high, given all the different stuff that he's flopped here. 9 on the turn after action went check, check. So now Sachs does improve to 60% for winning the high, but Opes is going to come firing here.
Yeah, Opes just needs to pair any of the cards in his hand or catch a deuce or a 6 to make a straight. Kind of a rough spot for Sachs. Probably knows he can't. He's only calling to get half of the pot with one pair of aces.
Is he leaning fold?
He's leaning fold. He went to his cards, and then he went back to the chips, and then he went back to his cards, back to his chips.
There it is. There's the fold.
Yeah, really, really disciplined to just not put any more chips in that pot. I mean, James Opes flopped him dead on the low side of it, and even had more equity on the flop than his pair of aces.
So 725K now for Aaron Sachs as he takes some deep breaths, try to gather himself. He's got less than 2 big bets here to work with. After Omaha high-low, we will be moving to 7-card stud. Opes, ace, queen, 10, 4 with a suit.
Monstrous hand.
Comes in with a raise. King, king, jack, 6 for Sachs. He's going to call.
A must play, but proceed with caution.
Jack 5-5 with a couple of diamonds.
These players will probably be all in. Sachs blocks the jack. He has an overpair with kings.
There is the check raise all in. Sachs the player at risk here. And this could be the final hand of the 2025 PGT Mixed Games Series. Turn and river to come. James Opes looking to seal the deal. If not, that man right there, Aaron Sachs, will score a double up, and a much needed one at that. He's been fighting on the short stack for a while against Opes.
I'm feeling the deuce of hearts and then the king of diamonds.
Okay.
That's my prediction for the run out.
Nine of spades on the turn.
Couple more outs for Opes. He can hit an 8 for a straight now. And Sachs is just staring him down.
3 of clubs on the river. The kings hold for Sachs, and he does successfully double up here. Back up to about 1.5 million. A flesh wound for James Opes. Not really the biggest dent into his monstrous stack over there, but his opponent's still alive, and we fight on. $9.8 million for James Obst, $1.4 million for Aaron Sachs.
Good hand for Sachs here on the button. Kings again, but he does have the added equity with the low draw. Ope's not going anywhere. Pair and a low draw for himself.
Queen
Neither
10-8.
player with spades.
All
Opes hates this flop. All you gotta do is bet and take down another pretty sizable pot.
Don't call it a comeback.
This is
Don't call it a comeback.
great
We
start
got
to a
we got a long
comeback.
way to go. We got a long way to go.
Long way to go, but great start to a comeback. 7-card stud. The game now. Sachs over 4 big bets again. Definitely giving him some wiggle room. Still chugging them waters.
Yeah, whatever happened to that bathroom break he needed?
That's true.
I don't know. I mean, maybe they might have cut it out. Power of technology, but I mean, it was like 15 minutes ago. He needed a bathroom break, and now, but he just keeps drinking water.
Yeah.
All right, deuce and a 3. Deuce gonna bring it in. I mean, things could get kind of bloody and stud here, right?
Definitely. Single winner limit game.
Queen of diamonds.
With a lot of betting streets.
Yeah. I think Sachs is incentivized to bet here with the power of the king and the queen. Opes is incentivized to call with a pair, maybe even raise at some frequency. He does find the raise. Sachs hates it, but he's been so inclined to fold and believe his opponents, play very disciplined poker. I think he's going to end up folding.
He does give it up. A couple of pump fakes, but he gives it up. And Opes takes that one. Heads up here between James Opes and Aaron Sachs. Playing for a difference of about $170,000 between them. They've got $294,000 locked up, and Aaron Sachs is down to his final time extension.
I don't think that bodes well for him. I mean, there's been certain pots where he's just taken 2 or 3 time bank chips, thrown them in the middle, and then taken his time to make the right decision. Might come back to bite him. James Opes looks like he only has 3 or 4 left himself, but we haven't really seen him use too many.
Yeah, and the fatigue factor could be playing into that as well, at least heightening measures in terms of, you know, the mental speed at which these guys are able to, like, figure things out, calculate things, just kind of go through their thoughts. James Opes looks tired, but he looks more fresh than Aaron Sachs does. And let's remember, this isn't kind of a normal final day of a tournament that you see here on the PGT. These players came back to this tournament today at noon.
Yeah.
There was still 15 players left in the field, well off the money of the top 8. You know, so like the day one in this tournament was play a certain number of levels, then come back the next day. They all came back at 12. So they've been playing for, you know, what, 11 hours now?
Yeah,
you know, that's quite some time.
No dinner break.
Yeah, no dinner break. I mean,
play down to a winner. How much does, you know, how much mental fatigue versus $170,000? I don't see Sachs making mistakes though.
No, he's definitely not. He just looks like he's gonna fall asleep.
Yeah,
but he's not. He's been on the ball. Barry jacks here for Obst. An incredibly disguised hand.
Yeah, I think you just go for the raise here. Put your opponent to the test. Sachs really hates this. He does not have a good hand. Just going for the steal.
10 seconds.
He is going to come along.
Okay, this might be the first. I'm going to call it a misstep that we've seen. I mean,
kind of connected here, so maybe just take a shot for one street, see if you can improve. Maybe you get a diamond or some sort of, a 5 or a 6 that can work with a straight.
Yeah,
Both
the 3
players
that
catch
you
an 8.
have is paired to the 3 that Opes has, so you can't really put him on a pair of 3s as often. It seems much stronger than the 7-4-3 that we're dealing with ourselves. And now, even when we catch an 8, like it's somewhat close to our hand. I think we're just more inclined to fold. As we can see, Sachs only does have 16% equity. We could have saved the 200,000.
10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
All right, Sachs is going to call here and take us to 5th Street.
This is where everything could change.
So Sachs gets a 4.
Okay,
and
now all
pairs
the
his
money
4.
is going in with Sachs pairing his 4.
Sachs in those pair of 4s still behind the buried jacks from James Opes, who bets once again. 2 streets of action to come.
I think Sachs is going to say all in.
Or he's going to say,
something like that. And Opes is going to call 72%.
The jack's currently out in front for James Opes. He once again has Aaron Sachs on the ropes here, looking to close things out. Sachs already scored 1 double up during heads-up play. Can he find another? He gets a 7 to make 2 pair. And that's a 7 over there for James Opes. So Aaron Sachs now out in front. 7s and 4s for him. He has to fade 7th Street here.
That's one of the best streets he could have hoped for. 7 takes away outs from Opes from making a higher 2 pair.
And Opes misses with a 4 on the end. It's a 9 for Sachs, and he's going to get the double up here. And just like that, back from the dead, sir.
It's hard to have hands heads up.
2.8 million for Aaron Sachs. Opes clipped to 8.4 million. Still a healthy lead, but that's 2 times now that Sachs has survived in all in.
Yeah, we saw the equities were not in Sachs's favor. Jack, Jack 3 against 3-4-7. Your hand not looking too good as the 3-4-7. Does find a way to make 2 pair and double back up just under 3 million chips again. 7 big bets for Aaron Sachs.
Still on 7 card stud, and that's just a fold from James Opes.
All right, new game. Deuce to 7, no limit, single draw. As we kind of saw the last time this game popped up, the pots aren't really going to get that big. You're more incentivized to min raise or just over min raise, and then to get a big bet and a call on the end takes 2 special hands colliding, or one person deciding to pull the trigger on a pretty big bluff.
Yeah, especially now with Sachs having a little bit more playability in his stack, not being as short. You know, if he was still on the, let's say, 1 to 1.5 million range, maybe then he's just looking, okay, I'm just going to try and get my money in and hopefully a good spot, go from there. But
right
now, you know, there's going to be plenty of chances where he can call, take things to the draw, go from there. So might be some cautious proceedings as we see right away. James Oates starts with a limp.
That is kind of interesting. I wonder what his plan going forward is. Maybe limp, draw 2 to the Jack 6-5.
Well,
Sachs going
he's
for the
gonna
punish with almost the exact same hand. Not sure there's anything Opes can do at this point except for throw his cards into the muck and relinquish the extra 50,000 he put into the pot. I mean, to call pre-flop or pre-draw, you are getting the right odds. You have to call 50 to win 300,000, so you're getting a ton of implied odds.
Well, he does call here, and Sachs stands pat.
Very interesting. I actually like this a lot because when James limps, it's more likely that he's going to draw 2 or 3. So Sachs padding definitely makes it so that his range is wider, but it's also giving Opes pause for concern.
Opes does draw to the Jack, and he makes it. He gets a 9 and a 3 back, makes a Jack 9 6-5 3. Sachs comes with a check.
He loves the check from Sachs right here. He could even go for some value with the Jack 9. You beat all queens. You beat all Jack 10s.
10 seconds.
We saw him go for value in that Raz pot, and here it comes. Sachs is kind of sick. Does not like to see this. I think he's gonna call. I think he's talking himself into a call.
He's got the chips, and he does put them in. He makes the call. The Jack 9 is shown from James Obst. A little bit of a shrug there, a little bit of a smirk and a laugh from Aaron Sachs as he sends the chips over to his opponent once again. James Obst starting to stretch back out.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a blunder at all. It's really hard to draw 2 and not make some sort of pair or, catch an ace. Sachs, we saw earlier when he called the Queen 10 hand in No Limit Hold'em, was kind of beating himself up after that call. He needs to maintain composure here, not let this bother him. He knows that some percentage of the time he's going to have the best hand, and some percentage of the time Opes is going to make the best hand. He just ran into it a couple times at this final table where Opes has made the best hand and has gotten some really good value. Still plenty of chips to work with.
And also, listen, I can't help but go back to the fatigue aspect. Not that what you're saying is incorrect. I fully agree. But, I mean, maybe he finds the fold if he's just feeling a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more energy. He can think things through a little clear.
Right.
He has more time extensions, like all of that,
Yep, I completely agree. Interesting spot here. James with the call, probably going to draw 1 to the Jack 10. Sachs might pat, or he might draw 1, pitching the 5, with intentions of bluffing on after the draw. He is going to need to bluff this hand. James Opes pairs his 4. Great news for Aaron Sachs when James Opes checks and Sachs bets. Much more difficult to call with a pair of 4s than to say if James were to make his Jack 10. I do think we need to go quite big here. Maybe 500K.
Looks like 350.
It's a pretty reasonable size bet. James needs to suspect that Sachs has something exactly like he has to make this call. Great play from Sachs, picking up an extra 400,000 chips.
Back up over 2 million is Sachs. And with that, let's take a minute so I can please tell you about Play Poker Go. It's here, it's free, it's fun. It's where you can play online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure poker action. Ring games, tournaments, sit and goes. Compete against players worldwide. Sharpen your game. Do it all. Do it for free. PlayPokerGo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Back into the studio here. Still heads up. James Opes, Aaron Sachs.
10 seconds.
$462,000 up top.
Time extension.
Opes is first to act here. We are playing no limit, deuce to 7 single draw.
All in now.
And he's just going to move all in here. Sachs put to the test.
10 seconds.
And that is a fold.
One.
Should be the last hand of single draw right here.
Yeah, after this, we'll go to limit hold'em, which could be pretty exciting. I mean, I know limit hold'em doesn't sound exciting, but 200K, 400K are the limits. These guys are going to have to certainly get in there, especially Sachs. You know, he can't just really just sit there and just pay the blinds.
Right. Yeah, if you just folded all four hands, you would just give up 600K chips for nothing.
10 seconds.
He's got another type of hand where he could draw 2 to the 9-7-6, or he could stand pat, assuming this goes to a draw. Yeah, and if Opes calls, he's going to draw 2, I assume, to the 7-4-3. And Sachs is incentivized here to stand pat with his 2-pair blockers to the cards that Opes should have in his hand.
And this is also a good example of why position is so important in this game, because Sachs can see what his opponent does first.
Right, and he convinced himself, I think by timing tells, that he needed to break his hand and go for actually making a hand instead of making a bluff.
So Opes gets back another 4 and an ace. Sachs pairs his 9. Pair of 4s are lower than a pair of 9s.
Yeah.
That's why you see the 100% next to Opes.
Does have the best hand. He checks. Sachs knows he can't win this pot without bluffing at it. Pair of 9s not going to be good at showdown.
There's 650K out there. He's got 1.7 behind.
He bet 350 last time.
500.
500. Slightly larger this time.
4s could be good sometimes. Okay.
Does think no. Puts it in the muck.
Another discipline fold. Maybe that's some some wind in the sails of Aaron Sachs, get him back on track. Is up to 2.4 million chips. Back to limit hold'em.
Yeah, here we go.
6 big bets for Aaron Sachs.
That hand he drew 2 and made a jack 9 is going to look pretty funny.
What is that?
Had like king, queen, jack 9, 6.
Giving away some information. I mean, I don't think it's insignificant information.
So limit hold'em. The blinds are 100,000, 200,000. The limits are 200,000, 400,000. Hopes with 9-6 suited here. Comes in with a raise on the button. 8-4 off for Sachs. That's just not a good hand to see that. See.
10 seconds.
He just gives it up. And Opes takes that one. Second hand here of limit hold'em. Queen 10 off on the button for Sachs. Gonna come in with a raise.
2 bets.
And 2 10s for James Opes. He hits him with the 3-bet. And we could be playing a big one here. Call from Sachs. Here we go. 1.2 million out there already. Seven, 7, 4. Bet from Opes. Sachs comes along. Probably not feeling too great, but also, you know, too much of a price to be able to just get rid of his hand right now. 9 of clubs on the turn. Opes continues. Well, at least the turn wasn't a 10. I'll say that much, because that would have been game over. Doesn't really enjoy having to fold, and understandably so, but the correct fold made there from Sachs.
Finish the 2 hands. We will have a short break and then blinds up.
We just heard the floor. 2 more hands. Break for the players. And then blinds up. And that would leave Sachs with less than 3 big bets.
Yeah, next up will be Badugi, and then if he gets through that, stud high-low after that.
We do have 2 more hands of limit hold'em, so we will finish this out at 200, 400.
Queen 9 off here for Opst in position. Raise. 7-3 off is just as ugly as it can get. First hand, he had to look down at the 8-4 off. There, he's got to look down at the 7-3 off. He got the Queen 10 off, but he gets hit with the 3-bet. Isn't able to connect. I mean, it's just, it hasn't been a good round of limit hold'em for Aaron Sachs. What's he going to do?
Unfortunately, just lose a bunch of chips.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, I don't play that much limit hold'em. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but that's sometimes what this game just feels like.
It's a lot of card
Sometimes it's
distribution.
just like what you get, can be really good or really bad, and so that's just the end of it.
Seems like every poker game.
Yeah, it just always seems very emphasized when it comes to limit hold'em. And now he's got 8 deuce off. I mean, sir, if you want to rip the cards up, I will allow it. Okay.
Not these. Give him a
no,
fresh
these,
stack of
these.
the normal cards. RFID are a little more expensive.
All right, short break here for about 5 minutes, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
Buckle up.
Please, poker gods. Please.
Why have you forsaken
This is your
me?
friend Andrew. Please, yes. Why have you forsaken me? It's your old pal. Remember me? We had so many good times together. One more good time. One more good time, please.
By the way, note Sammy's genuinely laughing.
Yeah. The King of Diamonds. Eric, the King of Diamonds. You can get the king if you put a jack and a queen with it.
Oh, Sammy.
Okay.
It's all Sammy.
Robo might have summoned the gods too hard.
Yeah. Two what in your hand?
10 jack.
Oh, yeah.
2 of his chop outs. God, it sucks losing the first one.
Please. They are running it twice.
Just a couple of guys laughing over $1 million. No big deal.
Now I can't
Please.
Please.
The window card.
Oh, boy.
Put a king on there. Put a king on
Come
there.
on.
Put a king on there.
I never thought I'd feel bad for Robo.
I actually feel bad for Robo.
Oh my God.
Another king is coming.
Window guard. Dude.
Oh, I have one of them. Oh yeah, there's still. How much do you have?
There's one king left.
Of diamonds.
There's one more king in there.
Yeah. Andrew's waiting to say he had the other king.
You got a shot. I didn't have it.
Wow. Well, we knew there was going to be a clash between these two players. They ran it twice, and Sammy won them both.
That was 100.
One of the biggest pots in high-stakes poker history.
10-6-3. All clubs. 8 of clubs on the turn. Deuce of clubs on the river. Flush for both.
So we've got a little theft from Galeana, and now Johan simply cannot call. If he wants to win, he's going to put in a raise and does just that.
And that's what he does. A small raise at that. And that game will continue right here, right now.
Oh my goodness, he does raise. Nobody has anything. Oh,
reaching,
oh my
announces
gosh.
raise.
Are you kidding me? How does he find it?
Makes it 10 million.
This is unbelievable. Nobody believes. No, are you?
Galeana jams!
What? What is happening?
No way! No way!
Siete alto.
That's one of the best bluffs in World Series of Poker history.
Well, no, because the 6 of diamonds came on the river, and
think
he
I
would
got
have
a
already
bu-
been
oh, I
all in
did.
with 8-6 of diamonds, so it's like
Easy fold, yeah.
He could have rivered.
easy call, yeah.
He could have rivered the straight flush draw.
He rivered the nut flusher. That was a big hand, dude.
Yeah.
Monster.
Huge hand.
River coming.
Monster.
Jack high. It's expensive. Jack high call, huh?
That's a serious. That's a man's call, hairball. It's all right.
Phil, what's the Jack high guy's name?
The guy from the World Series back in the day?
I'm sure a lot of people are going to call 35,000 and 20, 50,000.
Oh, Alex
Jack
Powers?
High.
Call me with Jack High.
Jack High.
I don't remember.
Who are you talking about?
The guy from the World Series of poker like broadcast back in the day that like went nuts. He's like, call me with Jack High. He's like outside like smoking and he's like, Jack
Ryan,
High.
unfortunately, there's only one Jack High call people think about.
Nick Hairball.
Which one's that? Not this one.
Jack 4 High.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Good one, Nick.
Oh, wait. Can I ask for my money back if I called Jack 10 High incorrectly?
No, you can't ask for
Is that not how that works, Hank? I don't get to ask for it back?
You can't ask for it.
Keaton just calls a 4s. Humble
Not,
Mike
no,
turns
you're not
the
putting
open ender and the flush draw
Fair. I mean, I
to
do have
accompany his
7,000.
jacks.
Perfect stack.
Nick Dustball.
It's pretty dusty.
That's the only thing with the button game. It makes the stacks smaller.
Yeah, because people want to gamble more.
I would have added on 20 times already.
I would be in for $1 million right now.
Yeah.
I would have wanted
Stand
deeper
up.
if we went to the button, but it's just-
Yeah, we're doing stand-up. I'm going to buy
But what happens is later in the game, 5 of the 7 people here are going to be like pretty deep. And then 1 or 2 people will be short.
And I'll still be short.
And they'll be stuck.
Nick will still be playing 16,000.
Phil will be up $1,000 and he'll have 31,000 in front of him. Nick will be down 300 and he'll be playing 20K. And everyone else will have 200 plus.
You've never seen me win big? I won on your stream the
I'm-
first 15 times I played on it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Big numbers.
the average,
Check
the
the
median.
numbers there.
Big numbers.
15?
expected result.
You went 15 for 15?
You'll be
Big
Yeah,
wins?
big numbers.
up
take it.
4,700.
Just take it.
If you're up 200,000 in a couple hours, this whole table is going to be on a lot of tilt.
That was a good call with Jack High.
Very, very good.
Good call, man.
Very good call.
Way to play.
Hanks, you would have made the same call.
Sure.
You're trying to
Well,
tell me
Mike
you would have
makes
folded
the
after
call
you saw the
here.
diamonds, buddy?
I would have already.
Oh my gosh.
Heating Rivers trip 4s.
How does he do it? He's a magician. He's spooky.
I open, I see bet.
Open, C bet, check, check.
It's funny. I know, I was kidding.
And I check call the river, of course.
Now,
My catcher.
question is how
That
much?
one off that ace high already on the turn.
You're the best, buddy. I was just playing my hand for value. It's just like I picked up the Jack High. What do you want me to do?
It's not a bad strategy.
Right?
Just didn't work out this time.
Just didn't work out this time.
Looking for $68,000 is Alan Keating. After finding a way. Bluff turned into the best hand.
The farmer. He's never had to tend to these crops before.
Welcome back. Heads up play here in the PGT Mixed Games $25,000 buy-in 10-game championship event. We are heads up between the man on your right, James Obst. He has the big chip lead right around 10-1 over his opponent, Aaron Sachs. My name is Donnie Peters. I got Kevin Gerhart alongside of me. I don't know how long we're going to be here, Kevin. We've been here forever.
It's been a battle, heads up, that's for sure.
These guys don't want to go home. Aaron Sachs refuses to be killed. He just continues to come back from the dead.
He does only have 2 bets left, maybe a little over 2 bets. We have seen both of these players want to do battle in Badugi, especially Sachs coming with some 3 bets that are pretty unorthodox, I would say. So we have 3 hands of Badugi. Let's see if they get dealt the right cards. I mean, it may be a spin up, it may be over.
$250K, $500K are the limits here.
Yeah, this is definitely a raise from Sachs.
10 seconds.
Can Opes wake up with something to contest? Just ace deuce, good enough. Could definitely raise here. I think he's leaning more towards raise than call.
Cool.
I'm wrong. 675K back for Aaron Sachs. This is always the hardest part, where you have a Bedoogie, but it's a pair, and you have to decide which one you want to get rid of.
2 and 1.
Let's hope he kept the heart, because Opes is throwing away the 10 and 7 of hearts. Oh my God.
Wow, Opes just rips off a 6-5 Bedoogie. My Lord. I mean, when it's your tournament, it's your tournament.
That is crazy. That's, I don't remember exactly what number hand that is, but it's like the 10th best Bedoogie, and it's so hard to make a Bedoogie.
Yeah, and he did it on the first draw in heads-up play, drawing two.
2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is just a wild hand, and understandably so, right? Sachs is coming along here.
Sachs did keep the heart, which is bad news for him because he is drawing dead.
Pot and 1.
James Opes can taste it right here. He knows he's so close to victory.
Okay, all in.
Sachs puts it in, drawing dead.
And he's going to see the bad news here. He's going to see that he is drawing dead.
A little smirk.
Yeah, we can turn that
Knowing
card
that he's
over just for
drawing
the
dead.
semantics of things, but it's all over, and James Opst is the champion of the $25,000 10-game championship here at the PGT Mixed Games Series. Aaron Sachs takes home a very nice $294,000. But James Opst,
Nice playing,
the
James.
winner, his largest ever live tournament score. If you can believe
I
it. James
can't
Opps,
believe
he's
it.
had plenty of success, but this is his best ever score. And although that is going to wrap things up here from the 2025 PGT Mixed Games Series, the Mixed Games action won't stop on PokerGo, because starting on Thursday, we have the kickoff to the $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl mixed event. 3 straight days of coverage. You guys can check that out on PokerGo, on the PokerGo YouTube channel, and everywhere else that we are airing. But for now, that's going to do it for us. My name is Donnie Peters. His name is Kevin Gerhart. It was a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. There's that schedule for the 100K Mixed Games streaming. Really hope you guys check it out. Alex Livingston and Chris Vitch will be on the call to elite experts, bringing you plenty of knowledge. And with that, we're out. It was a pleasure, sir. Have a good night, everyone.